Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Greetings. Welcome. Brothers and sisters, comrades and friends. Hi there. Thanks for showing up. My name is Alan Cox, but I'm not alone. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share a cold one with the boys.
Winner of the inaugural Bill Squire Award.
Yeah, you can't take that away from me.
They can
unless you
never
do.
take that away from you. Hey, Mary Santora is here.
Hi, guys. I missed you.
Never won a Bill Squire award.
Nope. Definitely didn't. Definitely didn't win the inaugural Bill Squire Award.
She's presented the inaugural Bill
I
Squire
have.
Award.
Yes.
And you know, it's an honor just to be asked to present.
Yeah, I'll agree with that.
Poundcake's back in Studio G. Because he's a real G. If you'd like to join us, we'd love to have you. Please, don't be shy. Why pick now to be so coy? Throw your lot in with this band of whatevers. Join our little corner of Squirtopia, won't you? 216-578-1007, 800-348-1007. The same phone numbers you use to try to win stuff are the ones you use to talk to me. If you want to send a text, 35192. You can go to alancoxshow.com, as Bill alluded to there. And, boy, I had a time right downtown here in Cleveland. I had a little errand to do, and it just required me walking a little way. You know, there's these...
You didn't fall into a sinkhole, did you?
I did not fall into at Ontario and St. Clair. Is that the other side of Public Square from us? Is that where that is?
Yeah.
Okay. Ontario and St. Clair. No, I saw all of the video over the weekend of the giant sinkhole that opened up. And I think they have a large portion of that patched. But I was trying to get my head around where that was and with respect to here. No, nowadays, you know, if you have something from Amazon to return, they've made it completely idiot-proof. You don't have to drop it in the mail anymore. You can literally, this thing can be shredded. It can barely be in the bag it came in, and you can walk it into a Kohl's and throw it at a person, and they scan it, and that's part of the thing. So they've made it, you know, real easy to return things. Well, I had something to return today. I had purchased a pair of pants, like Jay Peterman himself, and I didn't like them. And they go, hey, don't worry about it. Here's how you return it, but not through, I didn't get it through Amazon, got through another company. So all these other companies, they take a page out of this Amazon book, and they set up these return points all throughout the city. This particular company, they're like, oh, they show you a map. Here's you can return. Again, it doesn't have to be in a bag. It doesn't have to be labeled. You know, they email you a QR code and they have them inside Giant Eagle. I don't know where. I've never seen them. And they have them inside World Market if there's one of those in the area. So I go, well, I'll find one downtown. And then when I'm doing my pre-show constitutional, I'll find out where that is. And it happens to be at a FedEx that's closer, down 9th, closer to the lake there. Now, figuring out where this place is, I walked around the building because that's where it told me to go. I walked into the building. I'm asking the security guard, hey, is there a FedEx around here? Mind you, the FedEx is actually just on 9th, but there was nothing that would illustrate to you that that's what it was. So I ask him in this office building. He has no clue. He goes, well, try walking down that way. I go, okay. I mean, I'll walk in the direction of 9th, find myself in a parking garage. Meanwhile, the whole time I got this dumb bag under my arm. The point is, I got myself an amazing walk around downtown.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. Have you been to the East Side recently?
Oh, yeah.
East Cleveland?
Yeah. No, not East Cleveland. The East Side. Right here on 9th.
East 9th. I've been to East Cleveland and to East 9th recently.
I'll tell you what. They do things differently there on the East Side. As soon as I crossed 9th over there in the FedEx, it was like a whole different world over there. She had, the lady behind the counter was trying to she had a hard time finding what she needed to find to complete my return. So she was trying to make all kinds of small talk with me. She apologized for it taking so long. I go, that's fine. It's a FedEx. It's not busy in there. There's like one other person. And I'm fine. She's like, so what do you got going on today? And I go, wow, that's a really big question.
That's open-ended.
What have I got going on today? And so I just downgraded to just doing an errand. She goes, oh, no work? And I go, well, always work. But what about me doing an errand at lunchtime? This was like 12:45. What about me doing an errand implied that I'm unemployed? Mind you, I'm wearing
because
a
all
hoodie.
you said was
I'm doing an errand.
You're doing an errand.
I'm doing an errand.
And
it doesn't mean I'm not working. Everybody does errands.
But she said, what's going
downtown
on
in
today?
between. Well,
she thought that was all you were doing. I'm on her side in this
all I'm
conversation.
doing, I said, just doing an errand.
Yeah, just.
Mm-hmm. So that sounds like
Okay.
that's all you're doing.
All right. And then, so anyway, now I feel really bad because I leapt across the counter and throttled her behind the...
Stay out of my business.
I really did. I said, stop asking me so many questions. This is what I said to her. I said, what are you, the fuzz? I said, are you the fuzz? And she knew what that meant. Of course, that she was taken aback.
The East Side.
That was the East Side. I said, are you the 5-0? So the kids call it. I was going to say, you didn't know there was a Little Italy on the East
We
Side.
have a huge festival every year for
Yeah.
the last 500 years.
You've never been at Little Italy before. Well, because Asiatown is like a 3-block strip.
And
I
it's
mean,
kind of...
no, Little Italy is much larger than that.
No,
Yeah.
I'd say Little Italy's kind of smaller.
But it's that whole
whole
street
street.
there, and then it goes
Yeah.
up the side streets. There's a restaurant up the other side streets, and
But it's more of a district, whereas Asiatown is, there's a lot of stuff in between because there's a lot of studios and other buildings that aren't part of it. What else are they going to do? Oh. I was there on Saturday. Well, if you have lunch with the manager from Hilarities, you're going to Asiatown because he loves Liwa.
Well, listen, the fact that you're opening your how did you end up in Little Italy? You're having dinner over there? Oh, all right.
Where'd you guys go to
Why didn't you go to the west side of Little Italy? They don't call it that anymore, but that's essentially what Edgewater Hill is. I mean, you go over there. Oh. Can't get that anywhere.
Took him to Domino's in Little Italy.
So where did you go? Okay.
Classic.
It's where it's Christmas all year round, I believe, is
Mama
there.
Santa.
I believe that's
Santa.
there. Yeah. Yeah, it's Mama Santa's. I just think that's funny. Yeah. It's on Mayfield Road, right? It's right there on. That's where everybody goes.
I was on the east side a couple weeks ago picking up a pair of shoes, and in East Cleveland, it's funny when you get to that side. First of all, they have a Foot Locker that isn't in a mall; it's just in a strip mall,
Standalone Foot Locker.
Yeah, which is actually going to be their new business model. They just announced yesterday, and then because malls are closing,
Sure,
so
like Panda Express. That's
yeah.
why those all blew up.
Yep. And then when you go down Euclid, once it's in East Cleveland, it's no longer Euclid Avenue. it's Euclid Street. They got downgraded from Avenue to Street.
Is Street a downgrade from Avenue?
Sounds less fancy.
And is Avenue
Yeah.
a downgrade from Boulevard?
Yes.
Okay.
I think Boulevard's the top.
Where do Way and Circle fall in?
Oh, that's like that's
Bottom of the barrel?
not bottom of the barrel. I
Oh.
feel like Way and Circle are like I think of cul-de-sacs.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think
They're
those
like
are-
developments.
I think those are higher than Street. I think Street
Yeah.
is the second lowest. Road.
Road,
Road
is
is
your
worse.
base
Yeah,
level.
road. That's
Okay.
the lowest.
County
well, listen.
Road.
Did they have a wall that you could sign Pound Cake? Pound Cake was here at Mama Santa's. Oh, okay. Well. I understand.
What?
All right.
What
Huh?
I
What?
had something and I completely lost it.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah, I
I've got to
had-
take a break anyway.
Oh, what
It's-
museum we're gonna go to?
That's the name of it. The Museum of
Art, not history. Uh-huh.
The art museum or the modern museum of art?
The Museum of Art, not history. Yeah. Manhist is what they call it.
No, but the art museum's where you sniff the chair. Yeah.
They're all over there.
Yeah.
The Natural History Museum is more for like kids.
That would be perfect for him. That's why he's sniffing chairs. All right, I'm going to take a break here. If you want to text for anything, 35192, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and
Welcome to the Center for the Potentially Entertaining.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Two 578-1007 to join us live. Or 800-348-1007. Cavaliers are back playing tonight. They are in Brooklyn. Back-to-back games against the Nets. So tonight and Thursday night, both 7:30 tip-offs. Cavs Nets tonight, 7:30. Pre-game Cavs Live begins at 7 o'clock here as we get into the last few weeks of regular season NBA action. Tonight, Cavs Nets on MMS. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, tell me where you do it if it's out of state. Andrew is one of our bureau chiefs in Orlando. Catherine is further down in Tampa. Michael's in Austin, Texas. Kyle listens in Gladwin, Michigan. You can go leave us messages there, too, if you like.
For Christ's sake, guys, it's Mama Santa's. Not the North Pole. Come on.
I wouldn't know that. Santa's is funnier, by the way.
Mama Santa is funnier.
Mama Santa's! Come on. I have a buddy whose last name is Santa. He's 110% Italian, so I just went from that. It's not Santa. I'm sure it probably was, and they changed it, but Santa's a lot funnier. It's even funnier is that Poundcake had dinner there and never once heard anybody mention the name of the restaurant.
Right.
That's my
Welcome
favorite
to
part.
Mama Santa's.
Welcome to Mama Santa's. That's just an old school like pizzeria, right?
Yes, very old school.
Right. It's like a little thing, and they got let me guess, they have a sign that's the colors of the Italian flag.
I think so, yeah.
Hey, you want the manigote? Hey, what do you want? Did you tell him you were Poundcake?
No.
Oh, you
I
didn't?
don't pull out the Poundcake card.
If it gets you some free marinara, why wouldn't you do that? Hey, I got a load for the Poundcake.
If someone recognizes me as Poundcake, then absolutely.
Well, that ain't going to happen over in Little Italy. But you might get yourself some free mushroom.
Might get myself kicked out.
Mama Santas. Okay, well, there you go. But yeah, everybody had fun, and it was a good time.
Yes, it was very nice. A very nice evening.
All right. Of course, astute listeners and viewers of this show will recognize Mama Santa because over there in Little Italy, Mama Santa's was 2 doors down from an ill-fated couple of restaurants that Bill and I used to run called Papa Giuseppe's Checker Tablecloth Pizzatorium.
Hey, it's Papa Giuseppe's Checker Tablecloth Pizzatorium. Don't let the door hit you in the ass on the way out, scumbag.
Listen, we got a lot of overflow from Mama Santa, and were we an old school pizzeria? No, we were not. But did we serve beer and wine? Sadly, we were never allowed to get a liquor license, but that's why we're trying to make up for lost revenue by opening 2 locations right next door to each other, which ended up not being a good plan.
Food poisoning, schmooge schmoisoning. Yep. You'll be fine. Papa Giuseppe's Checker Tablecloth Pizzatorium.
We probably would have gotten better press had Cleveland Scene written the headline schmooge schmoisoning and then let people figure it out for themselves, but it didn't turn out that way. But what are you going to do? It's a lost opportunity, but the entrepreneurial mind never rests. And so the next amazing restaurant idea that we come up with, you will be the first one to find out. I do like how Mama Santa's website, though, they have like a little, everybody can go, hey, we're the best whatever, fill in the blank. We're the best whatever, right? Anybody can do that because there's no way to check them. You're not lying. Hey, we're the best. If you say voted by the people of whoever as the best, that's a whole other thing, right? But the website says best pizza in Cleveland featuring homemade Sicilian cooking. Now, that's a nice little qualifier there because who's going to fight them on that? Everybody can argue about who's got the best pizza in Cleveland, and people do. Unbelievably, people do fight about that. But to say, hey, ain't nobody in this town, east or west, got better pizza featuring homemade Sicilian cooking. Could you taste that in the sauce, Cody?
Yes, and I was getting a lesson on Italian history versus like Sicilian history because I was very ignorant to how they interact with each other.
And how was this presented to you, and by whom was this presented?
The guy I went on a date with, McDonald's guy.
He's Italian?
No, he's not Italian, but he likes Italian food.
Yeah.
And I thought Sicily, I thought it was like the Puerto Rico of Italy. Like, it's a part
Because it's down?
No, because it's an island, and it's just, I don't know. I thought it was like its own district. I thought Italy just had, like, sovereign over Sicily.
Sovereign what?
Sovereign? Sovereign?
You're saying it right, but you're just not using it quite right.
It's just an island. It's right off the boot. What's the big deal? But boy, people from Sicily, they can't wait to tell you they're Sicilian.
That's what I was saying.
They cannot wait to tell you that they are Sicilian. They work it in between the H and the I and high. They will, well, you know, my mother's Sicilian. Cool. Everybody's Christopher Walken in True Romance all of a sudden.
Yeah, I thought Sicily was like Puerto Rico here. Like, it's...
And why did you think that?
Because Puerto Ricans are Americans, but, like, when you think of America, you don't just necessarily think Puerto Rico. Like, they're a part of us, but, like, they're not a state. And that's what I thought Sicily was with Italy.
Okay, because it was an island off the mainland, that's what you thought?
Yeah, and it had like 5 million
Except,
people.
like, you can jump across from Sicily to the mainland of Italy. Can't really do that with Puerto Rico.
Okay. Well, I did.
And so who schooled you on that?
McDonald's guy. He told me.
Oh, he did?
He gave me the rundown. And I was like, oh, okay.
Because there was probably a giant map of Italy on the wall.
Because, you know, if I was from Italy, I would say, you know, I'm Italian. He said, but no, Sicilians say they're Sicilian. They don't necessarily, it's implied. They know, people, if they're educated, they know that Sicilians are Italians. But I'm like, but I don't understand. Would Puerto Ricans say I'm Puerto Rican, or would they say I'm an American? Like,
They say I'm Puerto Rican.
Yes, but they're also American.
Right. Well, my grandpa was Sicilian, my dad's dad, and he would correct people all the time.
Yeah, because Puerto Rican is a specific heritage. American is not a heritage.
Is Sicilian a specific heritage?
Well, it's a part of Italy, yeah. Like, I think that it would be no different than saying wherever else you were from. If you were from the north of Italy, or if you were from, you know, I'm from Bologna or something like
Venice
that.
or
Way
whatever,
north, yeah, whatever. I mean, there's a city on Sicily called Syracuse. So if you told somebody, oh, my family's from Syracuse, you go, oh, I've never been upstate before. And they go, no. They just go, we're Sicilian.
It's like saying, I'm American, but I'm from Texas. So
There
I'm really
you
a
go.
Texan.
Uh-huh.
Texan first.
Mm-hmm.
So is there like a rivalry?
Puerto Rico.
What?
Is there a rivalry between Italy and Sicilians then?
No, I don't think so.
Sicilians just want you to know that
they
they're from
really,
Sicily.
really,
That's all.
because I think part of it too is that there's so much pop culture around it has made it like a different kind of thing, and it's separate from the mainland of the country too. So I don't know, maybe that thing.
There's island culture.
So it's like,
Island boy,
Island Sicilian.
right?
it's like New York City and Long Island, I'm sorry, Staten Island. New York City and Staten
I
Island.
don't know. However you want to do it. However you want to do it.
Trying
is
to make
fine.
sense of it in my head, and that's why I was mulling this over as I'm having pizza. I'm like, oh, okay. And I'm looking at the little maps, and I'm like,
Yeah, maps everywhere.
How nice.
Did they have glass on top of the tables with maps underneath?
No, they had like stuff on the walls and pictures, and he's like, it looks just like that right there. He's been all over, so I'm like, okay, well, great.
It's a great way, like bringing up the Sicilian thing is a great way to seem interesting without actually having a personality.
That's
like
right.
that's a great.
It's a humble brag. Work your way through. It looks exactly like. Well, good. Has he seen Mount Etna?
I don't know. I don't think so.
All right. Well, you should have asked him about that.
No, I didn't. I was eating my pizza.
Could you imagine if Poundcake didn't know anything else, and all of a sudden he pulls Mount Etna out of his ass? If he gone, hey, have you ever seen Mount Etna? And his boyfriend's like, no. And he goes, you should. It's the tallest active volcano in Europe. You should really check it out. Well, because my wife and I are trying to figure out what we're going to do for our 10th anniversary this fall, and so we talked about going to.
We'll plan it for you. Don't even think about it.
Shut
We
up,
will
Bill.
Take care of it.
Shut up.
Itineraries.
Oh, you're gonna have
and-
such a good time.
I hope you like Minnesota.
I do like Minnesota.
I hope you like Amish country.
Yeah. And so we talked about going to the Amalfi Coast. And so there are all of these huge packages you can buy where they're like, oh, and then on day one, you're doing this. Some people like to have, I think you've described your boyfriend this way. He likes to have an itinerary.
Yes.
When you travel.
100%.
So they're like, one day you go to Mount Etna, and the next day you do this. I'm like, I don't want to be on a bus with, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. Some people feel much more comfortable if they have that list in front of them. This is what we're doing then. And you don't have to do the work. You've paid for it. You have people who know what's going on. But we're a little bit looser when we travel, so it's like I don't know that that's something that we would. But Mount Etna would be pretty cool. Be cool to see that.
We're talking, so next year, Brian gets an extra week of vacation. Yeah. So we're talking about going to Greece next year. And kind of a similar thing where we're like...
That's Mykonos for Poundcake.
Where's it playing? In New York or L.A., Chicago?
It's the original cast.
Well, the thing is...
Minus Olivia Newton-John.
Oh, it is sad. But they're actually coming to Playhouse Square. So we were going to plan a staycation where we would stay downtown.
On the east side, probably.
On the east side, yes, on East 9th, and go see Greece 7 nights in a row. That's what we were gonna do, eat olives, the whole thing. But it was kind of similar where we were looking at packages and the day trips, and I'm like, dude, I don't want to be carted up a mountain with 40 other tourists. Not that it won't be fun, but I feel like it takes the exploration out of it. Like, you're supposed to be experiencing this thing with your partner and, like, doing these fun cultural things.
Well, I think, see, these days it's super easy to do the research yourself and then go off and do what you're going to do. You can you can crowdsource what to do, what not to do. Once you get into a situation where you're with a tour group, like my mother-in-law, my wife's mom, travels a lot, and she's always, like, with her friends, and they're with a tour group. That makes sense, right?
She's old.
Well, they're retirees. They're like mid-60s or whatever.
Yeah.
But it's like all the work's kind of done for you. It makes sense. You know where you're going to dinner, and you do this, and you come back, and that's fine. But if you're looking to kind of run around a little bit, it's still just as easy to crowdsource places to go and things to do where you're not locked into a bus with 40 other people.
Right.
Where if anything goes wrong, now the bus is running late, or where's Tammy? Yeah, when Poundcake went to the Grand Canyon, that's what pretty much what it was.
Yeah, then you're waiting on other people who take too long to take pictures, and they're wandering around.
And people really don't care. Like, us scolding her did nothing, because I think when we got on the bus the first time, the driver gives his instructions and, what we'll be doing for the entire day. Someone must have had their headphones in. I'm just going to assume. I'm going to assume she wasn't being rude in the fact that she was purposely tuning him out. She just had her headphones in, so she didn't hear the instructions. And she was, like, late, like nowhere to be found, nowhere near the checkpoint, late. And we had to turn the bus all the way around, let the Native Americans whose area we were on, and then apparently their walkie-talkies were out that day, so it was just a whole ordeal. We were like 2 hours behind schedule, and we still had like a 3 or 4 hour drive back to Las Vegas. Awful.
Yeah, I don't like that. I'm all for having a plan. Like, I'm good for one planned activity a day. So if you say, Tuesday at noon, we're going to this museum, then don't give me something else to do until Wednesday.
Well, not only that,
right?
That, or when you're traveling, if you're like in an island, like we went to Corsica or something, you can find ferries that will go out to the other islands at certain times. So it's like you're not locked into something. You go, oh, here's the schedule for this.
Yeah.
You go when you want, you come back when you want, whatever.
Yes. That's very much, I don't like more than one planned activity a day, with at least 2 days with nothing to do. If it's a place that has a beach, because I would like to lay in the sun and not talk to anybody.
Yeah, I'm going to say, you don't get bullied when you try to take a nap. I got bullied.
By whom? Your family members.
No, this was in when I was in Mexico. I would sneak away. I would say I'm going to the bathroom.
Go home and take a nap.
Yes.
Well, you also, that's like a party. You guys were going to get drunk.
Right.
We had done that. We were
taking a disco nap, and his friends are all out there doing ketamine.
Because it was just too much. Like, we would wake up in the morning, go to breakfast, have mimosas, drink, be by the pool all day and drink, and then they would want to go out more and drink. Like, it was nonstop. So I was like, I just need, 20 minutes to a half hour. So I'm like, we'll be in the pool. I said, hey guys, I'm gonna go out to the bathroom. They're like, just pee in the water. I'm like, no, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I gotta go number 2. And they're like, no, he's about to go
I gotta go number. See, they know his shorthand.
Yeah.
I gotta go take a dump. And they go, well, on a normal day, that means he'll be on the toilet scrolling for a half an hour. So you add a nap to that. It's a good 90 minutes.
I ran back.
But aren't you and your friends relatively the same age?
Yes.
So why are you the one cacking out midday and they're ready to go? They're run and gun all day long.
I don't know. I don't know why. I didn't have it in me. I tried to hang, and these people. This was after we closed down the clubs. Like, we closed down the bars in Mexico, mind you. And we would go back to the rooms, and they're like, all right, so who's doing shots? I'm like, more? We're still not going to sleep? Come on, guys.
Yeah. See, by the
They
time
were doing something more than drinking, is what they were doing.
yeah, they're absolutely.
Yeah.
They're in Mexico. By the time Brian and I go on this Greece trip, he'll be 38 and I'll be 34. I don't think, and we're both sober, so we're not really concerned
Right.
with
In Mexico,
waking
you can
up
buy
and drinking all
You
day.
buy cocaine from the pharmacia
Right.
on the corner.
They called me lame because I was like, no, I'll just drink on my balcony in my hot tub. And they were like, oh, that's lame. I'm like, lame?
That's great.
Yeah, I
was
like that.
I was like, what do you mean? I had two, twinks next to me. They were married. I'm like, what do you mean lame? And they're like, no, that's lame. I'm like, ugh.
So forgive my ignorance. When they get married, they're still twinks? I know twink's like a body type, I know, but it's like, you don't think they'd prefer to be referred to as something else, or are they married twinks?
I thought twink was like a body type.
That's what I said. It's like a really Poundcake likes skeletal white boys. Those are the twinks.
face.
Skeleton face white boys. Yeah.
Just like a younger, hairless gay.
Gotcha. And so if they aren't married, they could be twink dinks, right? Double income, no kids.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
All right,
But they
Alan,
got married.
While you guys are all talking about that, I went ahead and planned on your 10th anniversary trip.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
Oh, Bill,
Would you
that's
like
so
to
kind
hear-
of you. That's
would
so
you
sweet.
like to hear all about it?
Yeah, I would. You planned it right now? I mean, we've
Yeah.
been working. We're going to be working on this for weeks.
All right, so it's going to be road trip style, and these are going to take you to some of the most fun places that
In America?
that Alan could go to.
Okay.
That I could go. Here we go.
right.
Is it in America? We're not.
Yeah,
we're
it's all
not
in
staying in
America.
America. Oh, come on. It's not. We live here. We don't want to travel.
It's
Come
about
on.
the experience.
relax,
It's just
relax.
listen and
You
shut
haven't
up.
heard it yet. You haven't heard it.
All right.
You
You're
might love
right.
it.
I
Hold
haven't
on.
heard it. I might love it.
All right. We're starting you off going to one of your favorite places, Wakarusa, Indiana.
Oh,
Love it.
A welcome sign of butter. Your favorite thing.
Yep. Home of contented Linda Grace.
And that's what it
Exactly,
says.
see?
Yep.
I act like I don't want to hear these things, but I'm paying attention.
He files it
all
away.
right? Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Since you're already going to be in Indiana, you got to stop by a little place called the Fox Island
Nature Preserve. That's right. Have I ever told you about the Fox Island Nature Preserve?
This is great.
Boy, wait till I pitch this to
2 for
Gwen.
2.
She's going to love it.
going.
Honey, remember how you lived in Bloomington for 3 years for school? We're going back to Indiana. Pack your crap, honey.
Now you're going to keep traveling south, but you're going to swing a little bit east to Kettering, Ohio.
Yes!
Where you
Wait,
can
back
enjoy.
to Ohio?
Hold
Yeah,
on, just
we're
relax. It's
circling
all part of
around.
it.
All right.
So you can enjoy a nice romantic dinner with the Kettering Banjo Society
Serenaded
playing,
by.
yes,
Right, yeah.
playing while you guys eat dinner at
You know what
Skyline
fantastic
Chili.
dinner accompaniment banjo is?
Yeah.
Yeah, doesn't freak you out at all.
All right, and then you're getting back on the road and you're headed to Pennsylvania to that Dunkin' Donuts that
Donuts.
Donuts.
Dunkin' Donuts.
Yep.
That was where was that?
In Shamokin.
Shamokin.
Yeah.
Shamokin, Pennsylvania.
Now I have
Yes.
to rely on myself to go to maybe a Turkey Hill or something where I don't like their donuts. I rather the donuts at Dunkin' Donuts. And
That's you.
And then you get to close everything out, heading further east to the Big Apple's little brother, Newark, New Jersey.
Yes.
Big Apple's little
Where-
brother, Newark, New Jersey.
So you can stay in Newark
Yeah.
forever, just like you
That's
want to
your new
be
home.
with Gwen forever.
Uh-huh.
It's very romantic.
Boy, he put a lot of thought into this.
Glenn.
And I can't.
And the grand total of all these experiences will cost you about
$400.
$380.
I love it.
Including gas.
Wow. Here, I was going to spend 5 figures, and
Nah,
you did it
not this
for,
time.
man, look at this. Wait, I'm going to need that itinerary in triplicate so I can send it to my blushing bride and tell her, honey, I got it all figured out.
Oh, and by the way,
Dick
you're
from
taking
Dayton comes with
is
you.
coming with you.
He hops in the car in Kettering.
He tags
and
along and
yeah.
goes to
Newark.
Pennsylvania and New York. with you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey,
You have any Bruce Springsteen you can put on?
let's play some spring string in the car.
He's from New Jersey.
Yeah. I got to take a break. If you want to text 35192, AlanCoxShow.com to watch, and you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
2 hours to midnight.
The new metal
a sub above.
Catch these great fishing deals.
Head to iHeart.com/CPR playlist for a full list of songs.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland. This is The Buzzard.
From the Claiborne Ford Lincoln Studios, serving Northeast Ohio since 1973.
Press the yellow button to begin enjoying your Alan.
What is an Alan? The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
35192 want to send a text. Here's a great band. They're called Across the Sun from Portland, Oregon. The kind of band you might hear on Saturday nights now. The new metal show with me and Corey Roddick and Pat Butler is called
2 hours until midnight.
Shut up, Bill.
Let them know.
Hashtag let them know. About 2 hours to midnight. 10 o'clock Saturday nights. We just did our second week. Very excited for week 3, which we are planning as we speak. So take requests, of course, take local band submissions. A thing that I've noticed today that I would caution local bands against doing is sending out an email blast saying, hey, everybody, blow up Alan Cox to play our song. Don't do that. I know that it's not an organic. I know it's not coincidental when I get 24 emails about one band and one song, and they go, hey, I just heard this band and this one song. I know what you're doing. Don't do that. If you are in a band, just send me a clean MP3. If you have an ISRC code, send me that too via email, and we'll go from there. That's the simplest way to do it. 2htm@wmms.com would be the email there. Otherwise, requests and local bands and just stuff that Pat and Corey and I dig every Saturday night now, 2 hours to midnight, starts at 10 o'clock. We end every show with 2 Minutes to Midnight by Iron Maiden, just because I love that song. But for the people who've listened and have submitted their band or suggestions or things, thank you, because it's a lot of fun. Mary's back from Austin, Texas.
Mm-hmm.
The seat of power in the Lone Star State.
Yes.
Did you run into Alex Jones in his bullhorn?
No, I didn't get to see Alex Jones. My mom picks me up from the airport today, and she's sweet because she's old. She's 65, right? And I get my stuff into the car, and she goes, "Did Joe Rogan show up?"
Because you asked Joe Rogan to come to one of your shows.
Yes, as genuine as she could have. Like, she didn't understand who Joe Rogan was. And I was like, "No, Mom, he's like a billionaire who has the most successful podcast in the world, and he just opened a comedy club." She goes, "Oh, so he didn't come do 5 minutes?" I was like, "No, Joe Rogan did not."
But it was
show
nice
up."
that she was concerned about it.
Yeah. I mean, this is my first time in Austin, and that city is so cool.
Great town.
I really, really enjoyed myself. I did 2 shows for South by Southwest, which were really cool. One was a music stage, so I got to see some like up and coming artists who were awesome. There was this one band called The Heavy Heavy, and they were a British band, and they have like a 60s sound to them. And I was like, damn, like I was not expecting to like them as much as I did.
They're like a British White Stripes, aren't they?
Not even.
It's a dude and a girl, right?
No, there's like 6 of them.
Oh, okay.
The dude and the girl are like the main 2 people, so they're the ones that are the the face on all the posters and
Gotcha.
stuff like that. But they have a full band behind them. So that first day, that was Thursday, I was set to do a 15-minute set because I was put on this thing called the Live List by the National Independent Venues Association. So NIVA, which was created a couple years ago. NIVA.
Like the hand cream.
Yeah. NIVA. They put out this.
We are never, ever getting back together.
Together. They put out this
So
thing
Brittany
like.
sang it.
They put out this thing that was like the top artists you have to see live in 2023. And I was on there. It was myself and like 15 other comics and then hundreds of bands. So they put together this showcase of people that were on that list. So they're like, come do a 15-minute set and then you can host the stage all day. And it was a very small stage at a place called The Parish in Austin, Texas.
At what time?
At 11 a.m.
Oh, God.
So when I went
Tell
on.
me it was outside. That's
no,
even
it was
better.
Inside. It
All
was
right.
inside. It was raining the whole day, though.
Uh-huh.
So it was inside at 11 a.m. There was like 8 people there.
It was
and
brunch comedy.
Dude, and then it was like the people who from NIVA, but higher ups, like the production manager, the CEO, like all these people who are very important in this organization. So I did 15 minutes to 9 people. They liked it, which I was like, I mean, that's all I can really ask for. Nobody was laughing out loud because there was no one in the venue. And it's not seated, it's a music venue. So they're all just like standing in the back by the bar. And then it became very quickly apparent that my job of introducing bands was unnecessary because it's a small stage. So the bands are setting up and then they're just staying on the stage.
And playing.
And then they had me go up and be like, hey, the people that you've seen for the last 20 minutes setting up, they're going to play a song. All right.
Now they're really ready to play for you. They've been pretending they couldn't see you until now. They've been averting their eyes, but now they're going to look at you and perform for you.
It was so stupid. So I was supposed to be there from 11 to 7, and they cut me at 3 o'clock. At 3 o'clock, they were like, just go enjoy your day. Like, you don't even have to be here for this anymore.
That's a long day, though.
Yeah, even 11 to 3 was a long day.
Yep.
You know? But the bands were really good, and I got to like walk, because they cut me early, I got to go see some of
So
South
they
by
lured you
Southwest.
into that gig.
They did.
They saw you coming. They go, oh, here's this. She'll do this.
Well, they asked. They were like, "Are you?" I was
Did they
like,
pay you?
They did pay me, so it was
There
a
you go.
paid spot, and it put me in front of like the board, people on the board of directors, and these are all people who have independent venues across the country. So it very well
Yeah,
could
I don't think
lead.
they were bored. It was just 11 a.m. and they weren't.
Yeah,
ready
they
for
were
comedy.
tired probably.
No, they were
and
bored. They looked pretty bored. They were like, "Just you gotta go. You gotta get out of here."
With the board of directors.
Standing, doing comedy to a crowd that's standing up
At
is
11
never
a.m..
good. Yeah, especially at 11 a.m.
And so I got to kind of walk around and do some South by Southwest stuff, which was awesome because the city is like, I've never been to a festival that
It's
big.
overrun with
It's
South by Southwest.
Overrun. There are people. They have multiple blocks in a row completely blocked off, and there's just it looks like the Cavs parade. There's just people everywhere, like in and out of bars, and it was very, very cool, but definitely overwhelming.
Gwen and I usually go to ACL, which is in the fall.
Mm-hmm.
Austin City Limits, they do in October over the course of a couple of weekends, and then you just pick one because it's the same lineup pretty much.
Yeah.
South by Southwest is a whole different animal.
It's like 2 weeks or 10 days of this, and it was
nonstop hipsters.
Yes, well, not even that, because it seemed like different days had different themes. Like on Sunday, every single venue I was walking by was playing rap music, and so I'm like, maybe this like different days are focused on different types of music. I wasn't sure, but I did an episode of Doug Loves Movies, which is a podcast that's very popular. We recorded that, and then I was walking around beforehand downtown at that was at the Creek in the Cave, right? And there were street hustlers. Like, I've never seen a street hustler in real life. This guy was standing there with
Don't they have him here?
I have never seen it in
like
Cleveland.
outside of Browns game or something?
Maybe, but I've personally never seen it. So there's this guy standing with like a TV dinner tray, and then he was playing like the cup and ball game where he had 3 soda pop lids, like plastic soda pop lids, and underneath one of the soda pop lids was like a gum wrapper.
Oh, God.
Okay, so it's not, he didn't even have cups and balls.
He didn't even spring for the plastic pea.
No.
He wadded up a silver gum wrapper. Wow.
So he's doing the like, hey, come on over here, like calling people off the street, like barking at people. And I felt so bad for this one guy. This one guy walked up, and this is the day that all the rap music was going on. So it's like this heavyset white dude. He's got on like a bright pink shirt. He has a grill in. He has on a flat bill hat. He's got on Jordans. And he walks up. He gets roped in, right? So this guy is like, all right, man, first one's $100 or whatever. This dude pulled out a wad. I mean, like, probably 5 inches thick of 20s. And I was like, what is this idiot doing? Like,
his hammer, probably.
Put your money away. Yeah. So they're going, and I stood there. I was like, I got to see this. I had like a slice of pizza, and I got nowhere to be. So I'm just walking around. And they're playing the cup, and he's like moving around. He's talking to him. But then there were like 5 other dudes around him.
Yeah, that's
that
the
were
people
all
that
barking.
work. Yeah.
Yes, they're all barking at the white guy, and these are all black dudes. They're all barking at him. And they're like, no, dude, it's not in that one. It's in this one. And I'm like, dude, they're trying to confuse him. Like, how does he not see what he just got roped into?
Yeah, they're the plants.
So, and then, well, here's how I knew they were the plants, too. And this guy had to have been drunk or something. Or I don't know if he just had a ton of white guilt that he's like, I'm going to give these people
White
all my
guilt.
money. I don't know what it was. Because he kept shelling out money. Like, double or nothing, double or nothing. And then another guy, he'd be like, no, man, I can't do it. And then one of, like, the little Barker helper guys would come in for $500 and pick the right one. And then get his money back. So then the white guy would step back up and be like, oh, I can do it again. I watched this guy lose $2,000.
Wow.
Just standing on the street playing this game. And I was like,
That hurts me.
dude, and I'm a gambler. I was like, how can you not tell you're very clearly getting hustled? I was blown away.
This is the oldest hustle. Like, this isn't
even inventive
new.
hustle.
Yeah, this is just like, no one's ever played that game legitimately.
And that's why I was like, there's something that's keeping him here, which is why I said the white guilt thing. I'm like, does he feel bad that he's like wearing a grill and got on like Jordans?
Maybe he just had an extra $2,000.
I'm looking at the video. He wasn't wearing Jordans.
Oh, was he not? He had on some kind of sneakers. What were his
Yeah, he's
sneakers?
got sneakers, but not Jordans.
Sorry. Anyway.
How dare you besmirch Jordan wearers
My bad.
as suckers?
But I started to video it at about $1,000 in. I pulled my phone out and I was watching it, and I was like, what I wanted to do, I wasn't going to post it online or anything. I wanted to show him and be like, dude.
Well, so what was the denouement on this? How did this end?
I walked away. He was still standing there.
You didn't see it through.
No, I didn't see it through. I felt too bad for this guy. Like, I felt so
No, you didn't see
bad
him win it all
for
back?
him. Yeah, right. Win it all back.
So he didn't have any friends there with him?
No, he was just
Okay.
walking down the street. Like, I stopped, there was two street hustlers right in between a pizza place, right? So I stopped, got a slice. While I'm waiting for my slice, I see this all start to kind of unfold. They just stopped the dude, the heavyset white dude. They just stopped him. Hey, man, come here, just play this game real quick. And I watched him lose $2,000 before I had to go do the podcast recording. And I was like, man, I feel so bad for that guy.
There's something you learn in school called the sunken cost fallacy. Do you remember this?
No.
We remember this in, I don't know, what, psychology or something, where if once you have invested your time or your money or whatever in something, when you've gone so far, you can't bring yourself to bail out, even though bailing out would clearly be more beneficial to you.
Yeah.
You've gone, so I can imagine this guy, he's in for a couple $100. a couple hundred more. And he's like, well, I'm in for 400. I've got to keep going.
Yeah.
Even though he should have just pulled the chute.
I mean, a lot of gamblers will experience that. I've never heard the term for it before. But there's been times where I've been down $300 or $400 and I'm like, I have $100 left in the machine that I very well could take out. But I'm like, screw it. I might as well spend it at this point.
There's your sunken cost fallacy.
Right.
I've put this much money into this. I'm going to see it through. I can't pull out now.
Yeah.
I'm right on the cusp of a big win.
But I just...
People also call that raising children.
Bill Squire at the Funny Stop, March 31st and April 1st. No, that's not an April Fool's joke. No. April the 1st in Cuyahoga Falls.
You'd just be a fool to miss it.
Yeah, but this dude got...
So you walked away while he was still spending money.
I had to. I had to go. The podcast was going to start, so I had to go record this podcast, which was a ton of fun. And I met this... So Doug Love Movies is basically like a game show about movies.
How old is Doug Benson now?
He looked great. I mean, the dude smokes
how old?
So much weed.
He's been doing that podcast for almost 20 years.
Yeah. I mean, he's probably your age, right? I don't know how old he is.
He's older than me.
I don't know
Benson?
how old he was.
60 years old.
He was with it.
60. There you go.
He's 60?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He didn't look 60.
Dude's been around forever.
So I met a guy on his podcast who has this thing in Austin called the Master Pancake Theater.
Yeah.
Was that Chris?
John is his name. John. I think
but you were
it's
on with
Earl.
Chris Tellez, right?
Chris Tellez, John Earl, myself, and Doug Benson were who were on Doug Loves Movies.
I've known about Chris for a long time.
He's very funny.
Great dude.
So that was Saturday during the day we did Doug Loves Movies, and then Doug Benson texted me later that night. I had 2 shows at Cap City. We had a couple of people come out. The Cap City shows were sold out. It was an incredible weekend at Cap City.
Some bureau chiefs showed up.
We had some bureau chiefs. One specific dude named Mike. He was like an animator. It was really cool to sit and chat with him before the shows. But yeah, we had some bureau chiefs come out. But I got a text message Saturday night that from Doug Benson was like, hey, John, who you met today, runs this Master Pancake Theater where they go into an Alamo draft house and they have people pitch them movies, and then you just watch the movie and riff on it. And I was like, oh, that sounds like kind of interesting.
Like a Mystery Science Theater thing?
Like a Mystery Science Theater, yes, but it's called Master Pancake Theater. And I was like, yeah, I'll definitely do that. And
are there pancakes?
There's no pancakes. I don't know what the pancake pun is, but I don't know enough about Mystery Science Theater to have made the connection. But I didn't know what to expect. I'm like, oh, it's at a movie theater. And it was packed. There was like every single seat was completely full at this movie theater. I guess they have this huge cult following in Austin, Texas. And I went to their Facebook page. They have like 20,000 followers on Facebook. Like, it's like a big deal. And it was so much fun. We watched Gone in 60 Seconds.
Oh, boy.
And which I had never seen. So we're sitting there and we're just making fun of the movie for the first like hour. And then they break and do a sketch. And then you watch the rest of the movie. And then, that's the end of it. But it was...
Put the movie back on. They're doing a sketch. Put the movie back on.
And stop talking.
But the movie sucks. Yes, put it back on.
Stop making fun of prime Nick Cage.
It was great. I had, it might have been honestly the most fun show because it was still comedy related, but it wasn't stand up.
And it's like low pressure.
Low pressure, just
fun,
hang out, watch a Nick Cage movie. It was
I'm sorry,
awesome.
a Robert Duvall movie.
Oh,
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry. An Angelina Jolie movie.
A Giovanni Ribisi movie. Thank you very much.
A Master P movie.
Uh-huh.
But it was super cool. So that was like my last show in Austin. I had a great run of shows. I watched this dude lose all of his money. I'm feeling great. I got a bunch of people following me on Facebook because of that Master Pancake. They're like, oh, you're so funny. I'm like, man, I'm killing it. I can't wait to come back to Austin. And then I did a college show last night.
Well, that was the picture you sent us.
We know how the
Where was
college
that?
shows go. Sumter, South Carolina.
Sumter. Oh, boy.
So I had to fly in from Austin to Columbia, rent a car, drive to Sumter. 300-seat theater, 4 people at the time it started. More people trickled in, but it was probably the worst set I've had in a very, very long time, especially coming after such a good week of shows in Austin. And the crowds were like young and with it, and all my references are landing, and people like were with me, and like it was just such a great week that I go to this college show and I forget how young 18 is. So at multiple points, I'm making jokes that always land.
That doesn't hold up in court, by the way.
Well, I know. I'm just saying. She looked older.
Maybe in Judge Poundcake's court that'll hold up.
But like,
were they twinks?
I'll allow it.
I'll allow it.
Is that right? I'm bombing, okay? And so it got to the point where I abandoned my
So
material.
how do 4 people show up?
Well, 4 showed up at the beginning, and then it kind of trickled in over the course of the 45 minutes, we ended up with like 25.
But how did they know about it?
They were students of the guy who ran it. They had a class with him. So this guy
so he's
who's
like, hey, please come to this thing.
I think so. So
and
he's
4 of them. His class was probably 100 people.
No.
4 of them were like, okay.
There's only 1,500 students in the entire school.
Oh.
And it's a commuter
So
school.
his whole class probably
Yes.
showed up.
Oh, yeah.
I see.
Yeah, and it's a commuter school. So there's nobody living on campus in dorms. They would have to come back to campus for this show.
Oh, my
Yes.
God. So they're not walking from their dorm. They're like coming back, parking,
Yes.
because he promised them extra credit.
Probably, yes. So it started out with those 4. Trickle in. We get to like 25 by the end of it. And at one point, I'm just talking to him because I'm like, I can't. We're talking about conspiracy theories. We're just throwing around conspiracy theories. And this one girl specifically will not stop talking. She's like answering every question. And I was like, are you like the class president or something? You're saying a lot. You know, you got a lot to say. And she goes, well, no one's laughing at you, so I thought I'd help. And I couldn't
Jab and twist.
Dude, I couldn't even say anything back because she was right. Like, she was the only person interacting with me. So I was like, you know what? Amen. Thanks for the help, I guess.
Good night, everybody.
Right. So,
You gotta let him hear it in the back row.
I had this amazing run of shows in
So she
Austin.
did help.
She did, I guess.
Bookended with some humility.
Bookended with people just absolutely humbling the hell out of me. And so I have this one joke
You know,
about...
kids, I just got back from South by Southwest, all right?
We don't know what that is.
We don't know.
Multiple times.
That's
we don't know.
that's the direction I take to get off campus and go back home.
XXX tentacation is old to us.
Right. Well, dude, I made a joke about Jerry Springer and Maury, and
Oh,
it died,
no.
and I felt so old. They're like, we don't know who they are. And I was like, oh my God. And then it dawned on me, I was like, there's no daytime TV shows like that anymore.
No.
And they're like, kind of Dr. Phil, but that's really old.
That's
And I
going
was
away,
like-
too.
I was like, man, I got to update my references. Because I'm used to playing comedy clubs where you have
Well, you don't
it's
have to update the
middle-aged
references
couples.
when it's for the colleges. You do.
That's what I mean.
But,
Yeah,
like,
you got to have like script B
Yeah.
for the colleges.
I'm going to have to write a whole new hour because none of it makes any
You just
sense.
have to write a college hour.
They wouldn't even
It's
know
gonna
what
suck.
Jersey Shore was.
Dude, and that's
But
what I
the thing is,
realized.
You got to update that every couple of years because you get older, they stay the same age.
all right.
They wouldn't understand that reference.
That's what I mean. There was that. And then, the other thing they didn't know was game tape. They didn't know what game tape was. And I was like, are there no athletes in the audience? And there were soccer players, but I guess
Kinda counts.
they don't watch game tape. So then I had to explain what game tape was. And I was like, oh my God, I'm in Nowheresville, South Carolina. There's no NFL teams. There's no nothing. These
Hey,
aren't.
you dudes in the back row bouncing a soccer ball off your knees repeatedly. Do you ever watch game tape?
It was
No?
so bad.
All right.
It was so bad.
Could one of you come up here and stomp my head with your cleats?
Please put me out of my misery.
That would be a fitting end to this performance.
And I'm in nowhere.
So
South
how
Carolina.
do you get off stage?
I was like, well,
Drop
here's
the
the
mic.
thing that's crazy is that I was like, nothing was hitting. Nothing that I was doing was hitting. And you have to be super, super clean for college shows. So I abandoned that and I just started swearing. And then they were on my side. And then I was like, you guys like dark jokes? And they're like, hell yeah. And then I did my dead dad jokes. And they were like, you should have, one guy yelled, you should have started with death. I swear to God. Because the dead dad stuff was hitting. They really liked the dark humor.
We live in Sumter, South Carolina. We can identify.
Death is the sweet release.
They were so on board with the dead dad stuff. And the guy who booked it afterward, he goes, yeah, they really seem to like that dark stuff. I guess I wouldn't have thought that. He's like a sweet older man. But yeah, so amazing shows in Texas. Got to experience the culture, watch a guy get run over for money, podcasts, live theater, and then just had my ass handed to me in Sumter.
The full array of
Yes.
experiences
Got
across
off
these
the-
United States.
Got off the plane at 1:20, have all my luggage here in the corner,
Mhm.
and here we are.
And
back
here
on
we
ACS.
are.
Wow, you made a great time.
I know. My
got
mom
the plane
picked me
today.
up and drove me straight here.
That's nice.
I'm going to take a break. I will have those, I think, Monsters tickets for you. Is that what I've got when I come back here? I've got, hold on, let me look so I can tell you. Oh, Cavs tickets. Cavs are going to play the Pacers on April the 2nd. So if you want to go see that, the Romo Fijo will hook you up coming back.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio. This is The Buzzard.
From the Claiborne Ford Lincoln Studios, serving Northeast Ohio since 1973.
It's time to give stuff away. It's time to give stuff away.
All right, I want to go see your Cleveland Cavaliers taking on the Indiana Pacers Sunday night, April the 2nd, a week from this Sunday night. At the Romo Fijo, it's Autism Acceptance Night, presented by Cleveland Clinic Children's and Culture City. You can go to Cav.com for any info that you might need, tickets, and all that. 2 tickets here for you. Cavs Pacers on the 2nd. Good luck. Caller 10. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
He's been called a waste of space before, but now it's official. Alan Cox.
To occupy the city.
On 100.7 WMMS.
$35192. Want to send me a text. Next week on the show, I got a lot of tickets for shows for you. If you want to haul ass to Kentucky, end of September, that's that Louder Than Life festival. I think it's the same people that put on Sonic Temple. I do a festival called Louder Than Life, and I will have passes for you, weekend passes for that, all next week. Foo Fighters, Green Day, Tool, Godsmack, Pantera, Weezer, Limp Bizkit, Megadeth, and more. I will also get you into the advanced screening of the new, well, it's a worldwide listening party for the new Metallica album, which is called 72 Seasons. And it's going to be the night before it drops, or they're putting it in cinemas something, I don't know. If you like Metallica, I'll have those passes for you next week. Offspring have announced a Cleveland show. They're going to do Blossom in August with Simple Plan and Sum 41.
Who's left from Sum 41? I think it's just the
Brown Sound?
Yeah, like the original lead singer.
Oh, just Derek Whibley?
Yeah.
Outlaw Music Festival at Blossom. That is Willie Nelson and John Fogerty and many others. That's going to be August. I'll have those tickets for you next week. And Mudvayne have announced their first tour in about a decade. They're going to do a show at Blossom in August, and I will have those tickets for you next week. So a lot of show. Mudvayne is bringing Coal Chamber, Guar, Nonpoint, and Butcher Babies with them. So we'll be covering that on 2 Hours to Midnight, probably. Have some tickets for you there, too, but that'll be next week on the program. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio from wherever, tell me where you do that. Justin is a bureau chief in Honolulu. Holly listens in Durant, Iowa. John's up in Buffalo. Kelly's in Milwaukee. You can always leave us messages there, too.
Alan and Bill, you magnificent sons of bitches. I had my dinner planned out tonight. A steak, a nice baked potato, and then I listened to the podcast from yesterday where you're talking about hot beef injected mac and cheese. I've got a winner on my hands. Bye.
There's some food news for you. That's from yesterday's show. That's a Bill Squire joint, the hot beef injected mac and cheese with the au jus, and he's just cramming fistfuls of meat into his mac and cheese.
I wouldn't say fistfuls. It's just like a regular amount of beef. And again, I stand by it not being injected into anything. Just stir it in.
That's
just
a
fold it
Breakfast
in.
Club reference, right? Where he's like, you give her the hot beef injection.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Well, yeah, it was around before that, but I mean, that's that was my takeaway. And the way that Bill described putting this dish together was nothing short of genius in its attention to detail, because he's far too modest to explain this to you again, but something that we mentioned yesterday about him putting the beef into the mac and cheese. And what he does is he breaks out his meat claws.
Yes.
And so he is shredding this beef. And then what he does, listen closely, because, boy, it requires a lot of work, but the result is nothing short of revelatory. He threads pieces of meat into the macaroni noodles.
With a needle?
With a tweezer. Wow. And then he cooks it again. hot beef injects the au jus into the entire dish. But I mean, I don't know that you can have your top chefs and you can have your Michelin star restaurants. I've never heard of anyone threading their beef into the macaroni noodles itself. It's so laborious, and yet, according to him, it's the only way to do it.
Makes it taste better. And it would also keep me safe if I was on the island with the restaurant from the menu. Because if they would have been like, here, why don't you make something? I would have made that. And they would have been like, this is genius. Never seen anything like this.
We've never had hot beef injected mac and cheese here before.
Dude, I had the best mac and cheese I've ever had in my life in Texas at Terry Black's Barbecue.
Oh, yeah?
I don't know if anybody's been there.
No.
Everyone I talked to was like, gold staple barbecue in Austin. You have to go to Terry Black's. You have to go to Terry Black's. When I say I mean it. I don't eat a lot of mac and cheese anymore because, it doesn't sit well with me.
Milk racist.
Yes. Milk racist. But it was so creamy and so good. And then mixed with the brisket. So you're talking about injecting hot beef into this mac and cheese. I kind of did that. Bite a brisket, bite of mac and cheese, a little barbecue sauce. Incredible.
No, I haven't been there.
It's so good.
We go out to the Salt Lick when we're in Austin, which is about a 30-minute drive outside the city, and it's in the middle of nowhere, but it's delicious.
Check out Old Carolina's Barbecue Company.
Yeah.
I've
but
never
the one
heard
in
of that.
Austin.
Available in your grocer's freezer. Well, because Terry Black's is kind of like a regional chain. Like there's one in Dallas, there's one in Austin. We haven't eaten there, but I've heard, like what you said, everybody goes, you got to go there.
When I went up, I forgot.
Trouble is, in Texas, you can pull off the side of the road and there'll be a guy with a giant barrel cooker, and it'll be the best barbecue you've ever had in your life.
Well, I went, and I forget that I'm in the South, and I went up and I'm like ordering. You order your sides first, and then you go up and they slice the meat right in front of you. And so I got brisket, and then I asked for a pop, and the guy started laughing. He goes, "Pop, where are you from?" I was like, "Oh, I'm from Cleveland, Ohio." And he goes, "Just for that, he gave me free burnt ends."
Ooh.
Oh, I know he threw two
That's
free.
worth it.
I
Yeah.
know he threw two free burnt ends, and he's
I
like,
love a
"I'm
burnt
from
end.
Pennsylvania. I don't ever hear anybody say pop." And I was like, "All right, look at that, just a little slip up, not calling it soda. Got me some free burnt ends."
Is pop an Ohio thing?
It's like a Midwest thing.
Definitely
Michigan,
like Rust Belty.
Yes.
Is it?
Yeah.
Michigan, Indiana, Ohio, Pennsylvania.
Because
Like
I grew up saying pop, even though we weren't allowed to have it. But when I moved to Pennsylvania, I switched to soda. And so I think now I call it soda. I don't even think I call it pop anymore. But I couldn't recall if I'd heard pop in Ohio.
Yeah.
Illinois, Indiana, Wisconsin, absolutely.
Yes.
I didn't know if pop was the thing.
Michigan, Ohio, parts of Pennsylvania. I mean, when you get toward the East Coast, like, Pittsburgh.
Well, Michigan
and,
Faygo is just your shorthand. So,
Yeah.
some rock and rye.
But even like Kentucky, it's soda. West
Really?
Virginia, it's soda. Yeah, it's literally like Illinois, Indiana, Michigan, Ohio.
And then
Okay.
if you get down to Georgia and Mississippi and
It's
stuff like
Coke.
that, just Coke.
Yeah.
What kind of Coke do you want?
Yeah,
You say
it was
Sprite.
just like, yeah, that's so weird to me
So
because they did that in Texas.
Well, because they're out of
too.
Atlanta, so it's Coke is everything down there. Hey, can I have a Pepsi? Or you'll say, can I have a Coke? And they'll say, what kind?
Yeah. I have a joke about a garage fridge, like a pop fridge. And my first night at Cap City, I said a pop fridge, and like no one knew. I was like, "Oh, I'm sorry, soda." And then they're like, "Oh yeah, we have those here." Like I was like, "Oh my god." How
They
did you
couldn't
not-
figure it out by context
That's what
clues?
I said too. I was like, "You guys have to know what I'm
They're like,
talking about."
don't you guys have a pop fridge? What? A soda fridge? Oh, yes, of course.
Oh, that thing. All right.
That. The Alan Cox Show After Hours line. It's free to anyone, even people not named Jenna. She is our most she's our most frequent user of the After Hours line. And of course, you can use it anytime you like. It is 216-986-8903. You can leave voicemails there anytime you like, but of course, Jenna calls all the time.
It's time for Sweet Nothings with Jenna from Poland.
Yeah, maybe I am nothing but a retarded whore.
This has been Sweet Nothings with Jenna from Poland.
I hope she's doing okay. She's taking a dark turn on a couple
She's
of
doing some
occasions.
introspective thinking.
She has
I
ups
guess
and
so.
downs, like anybody.
Well, I only ask because I'll play this little clip for you, too. Basically, every other voicemail I get from her is this. Yeah.
Oh.
So I don't.
Wait, you're just now letting us know about those
Wait a
ones?
second.
Well, they became so frequent that I could not ignore them any longer. For a while, I figured, okay, she's got access to this, and right. But it got to the point where I would come in.
Sounds like she's auditioning to be on 2 hours until midnight.
Yeah. Where I would come in and there would be, let's say, 37 voicemails from the weekend. The artist, not the, he loves the show too. And easily half of them are from Jenna. But in between there, because I'm always panning for gold with her, a lot of those growly voicemails. Yeah, a lot of those. So I hope she's doing okay.
Maybe she's constipated.
Maybe she is constipated. Even in that situation, I hope that she's doing okay. Constipation is no joke. For people who, may be on painkillers or something. That is no fun. So I hope she's doing okay out there. Okay. So these two lesbians in D.C. have a child at a private school. Sorry, a daycare center. And they're filing suit. This is a family-owned daycare center. And this is the risk of any family-owned business. A lot of people will use that in their marketing because they think that it's an inherent good. And, of course, it's not. Family-owned, since, every family has a psycho in it. And you don't want that person in charge of anything. So this lesbian couple has, they have a child at this local daycare. And they got a voicemail from one of the employees of the daycare, which happens to be the daughter of the owners, who left a voicemail saying that they needed to break up and they were going to hell. And, of course, this woman starts speaking in tongues because it's just ridiculous all the way around. And so now they're trying to figure out if they have legal recourse against these people who run this daycare.
A same-sex couple tells me the director of their child's daycare, Kamisha Munford, left them haunting voicemails, even speaking in tongues.
And the word of the Lord says that God wants you and your wife to split up. And I am so sorry to have to tell you this. I also speak in tongues. I pray in tongues.
The Gibbs family pulling their daughter out
She's
of
like,
the school.
Mary likes this stuff because she grew up doing this. Leaves a voicemail. I'm so sorry to tell the two of you need to break up.
And say the owners of the daycare,
You're
which
pissed.
happen
Why?
to be the director.
Because I've been a Christian most of my life, all of my life, and
You speak in tongues all the time.
Yeah, of course you do.
Warberry. Balsamic.
Confiscate it.
Yeah.
GameStop was just like a scapegoat, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, I forgot.
Why does that make you mad?
Because I don't know. I feel like, God hasn't touched me in that way. Where
That's the part that makes you mad, not the, hey, lady who runs a daycare owned by your parents. Maybe don't leave voicemails saying we got to break. If she wasn't the owner's daughter, she would have been fired. Like, imagine you were working for a business and you called a client and did that. You'd be fired immediately.
Not if the business believed that same stuff.
Okay, fine. But what I'm saying is then but you're still running a business.
And you brought them in there. You allowed them to be there.
Right.
So that's something you could say.
Even if like an atheist employee called a religious client and mocked them, you'd have to fire them immediately because they're employed, So I guess because apparently the response from the daycare was, we've looked into it, and which it means we've looked into our daughter's voicemail. We looked into it and we fixed it, and don't worry about it. Like that's their reaction to the whole thing. I'm so sorry to have to tell you that you have to break up as a lesbian couple.
That's crazy.
Director's parents need to take action. When we stopped by the daycare in Prince George's County Wednesday, the owner of Rising Generation said they'd speak to us today.
I can't, we want to talk to you, but I can't speak to you right now. I have to speak with the executive.
I'll tell you what, if you want to go full tilt boogie on this, what you do is, when the litigation begins and you're the daycare, what you do is you find a lawyer who speaks in tongues.
There it is.
Your Honor. Haga-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. And then it really drives home the point. Hold on. I love this lady.
Yea, my sandala diddy, I see Koshantala lolosi. Yea, my sandala diddy, I see Koshantaya. Thank you, Jesus.
There you go. That was a woman that wanted to be the mayor of Toledo, Ohio many years ago.
Koshantaya.
What does that mean?
You know what it means.
Koshantaya?
Listen to your heart.
Oh, yeah? Is that what
That's
it
not
is?
what it means. You translate it through your heart.
Ah. So it doesn't necessarily mean anything. It's just what your
Doesn't
brain.
mean anything to you. It's the Holy Ghost talking to God through you.
Well, I mean, it doesn't, I mean, if he's talking through you, he would put it in a language that other people could understand.
There's no reason for that.
Of course
It's
there
not
is.
for other people to
You're trying to
understand.
proselytize.
No,
You're trying to
it's
get
not
other.
for other people to understand. That's between the Holy Ghost and Jesus Christ.
Well, then why not keep it in your brain?
Because it has to come out your mouth.
But in a way that other people will mock you?
It's not for other people.
Who's it for?
It's for God.
Then keep it in your brain.
It doesn't.
You don't think
it
God
has
knows
to
what?
come out. It has to be vocalized.
God knows what's in your brain.
Because the Holy Ghost and
Why?
God don't speak the same language.
Wait, why wouldn't they speak the same language?
I don't know. I just know that they don't, and they need us as a channel to get the.
I thought we
get it
needed
through.
them.
Well, it's a circle. Everybody needs everybody.
Everything, everywhere, all at once. Oh, now I get it. Oh, now I get it.
My sandala diddy, I see Koshantala lolosi. Yea, my sandala diddy, I see Koshantaya. Thank you, Jesus.
So why is the last part in English?
That's her.
Oh, that's
The
her
first
coming
part
coming
wasn't
out of
her.
her fugue state.
Okay, but wait. So when she's speaking, that's the Holy Ghost in
Mhm.
tongues.
Yes, that's the Holy Ghost. It's not you.
What's
You're
the-
not saying that.
And what's the point of that?
It's like an anointment. So it's like
an anointment.
sure, an anointment. Yes.
saying the employee had been reprimanded. Thursday, they sent a letter home to parents saying the comments made by the director were offensive and inappropriate. However, we do know the director was at work today. We called to ask the daycare what actions were taken specifically against the employee, and Kamisha Munford herself answered the phone. And when I started asking her questions,
Okay, you can't answer.
Oh, she hung up. She hung up on me. Anyway.
Got a Koshantaya.
Listen, man, if you're not going to Koshantaya.
Thank you, Jesus. Talk to you later.
Koshantaya
Bye.
went on. It's pretty wild. But again, it all goes back to cast a skeptical eye at family-owned businesses because you never know what's lurking within. I got a break. If you want to send a text, 35192 to get us there. You can listen wherever you are on that iHeartRadio app.
Rover's Morning Glory.
A dentist in Colorado was arrested for poisoning and killing his own wife and com/basketball terms.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
It's time to give stuff away. It's time to give stuff away.
All right, I want to go see The Cure. They have announced a summer tour that'll bring them to Cleveland. The Cure and special guest, The Twilight Sad. Going to happen Sunday, June the 11th out at Blossom. Whatever info there is in the show, livenation.com will have it. But you can skip all that and just win them here. Caller 10. 2 for The Cure, Blossom in June. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
It's not every day you hear him complain about something. Wait, yes it is.
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Uh, 35192 want to send me a text. Tyler listening on iHeartRadio from Dry Ridge, Kentucky. About a half an hour south of Cincinnati. Hey, Mary, it has always been pop in Kentucky. I think that's what you said.
No, I thought it was soda in Kentucky.
Oh,
but...
well, Tyler in Dry Ridge says it's always been pop
All right, then.
in Kentucky.
I don't know what I'm talking about.
I mean, I sure as hell wouldn't know what they call fizzy lifting drinks there in the great state of Kentucky, but there's
on your 10th anniversary road trip, you can stop through there and ask.
People of Dry Ridge, what do you call carbonated sugar water? So there's Tyler in Dry Ridge. If you join him from out of state listening somewhere, tell me where. I heard from Jamie, who listens in Hot Springs Village, Arkansas, which is a little bit west of Little Rock. Kim listens in Nashville. Greg is in Collinsville, Illinois. Pete in Pittsburgh. Keith and Teresa down in Key West. And Kenny listens in Fremont, Indiana. On the phone, I've got, we were talking about before the break, talking about the lesbian couple in D.C. who got to have a child at a daycare, family daycare, and the director of the thing is the daughter of the people who own it, and she left them a voicemail saying they had to break up because of the Lord, and then she started speaking in tongues, all this nonsense. And I thought, wouldn't it be great once the litigation finally kicks in if they get a lawyer who speaks in tongues? And so Mr. Ralph Jenkinson, attorney at law, is on the phone.
Hello, Mr. Cox.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, Mr. Jenkinson, Esquire, I take it?
Already, you're in light. We are taking his name in vain, invoking the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Mr. Cox, I'll have you know, you were making light of the fact that wouldn't it be funny to you, Mr. Cox, if the lawyer got up and spoke in tongues before the court? I'll have you know, I've done so many times. It is a very sound legal strategy. Do not discount the power of prayer and speaking in tongues. Well, I'm feeling the spirit coming over me right now. I'm about to speak in tongues, Mr. Cox. Oh, Watana Siam. Oh, Watana Siam. Mecca like a high, Mecca honey ho. Mecca like a high, Mecca chani ho.
Wait a second. Mecca lecca high, Mecca hiney ho. That sound. I don't know about that.
Spirit.
Yeah, it's just speaking through them. Yep.
Jambi. Oh, great, Jambi.
Mm-hmm. All right. Mecca lecca high, Mecca hiney ho. All right, thank you. There's
Thank you, Jesus.
There's Mr. Ralph Jenkinson, attorney at law, calling all the way from the District of Columbia. So I assume that he knows whence he speaks, if you pardon the pun. But Mecca lecca high, Mecca hiney. Was it Mecca? It was from Pee Wee, right?
Yes. Yeah.
I'm trying to think.
The floating head said that.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. I was thinking it was Gilligan's Island, but I'm like, that's not. I'm old, and so Mecca lecca high, Mecca hiney ho.
I'm trying to think back to my church days. There wasn't any black people in my church that would speak in tongues. Like they mainly would like pray, like softly with their hands in the air. The this Latino lady, she always would speak in tongues. I'm like, is it? And I asked my mom. I think I was
called
ignorant.
Spanish.
That's what I was saying. I was like, is it because can she roll her tongue better? Because I was like, is she more prone to like speak in tongues because she can roll her tongue because she's Latina? And she was like, no, it's not. She was like, it's not a language. I was like, it's not Latin. She's like, no. She said
Latin.
I
Oh,
was
God.
like, I thought people speaking in tongues, it was Latin. It was like it's the language of the dead.
Did you also think Latin and Latino were related?
Yeah, you go back far enough, they kind of... okay, well, listen, the things that Poundcake learns along the way are still valuable as he becomes a grown man.
I learned Latin was the language of the dead from the Haunted Mansion Disney Channel with Eddie Murphy.
Uh-huh. That Latin was the language of the dead? You mean a dead language?
No, of the dead.
Oh.
Language of the dead, because they had the talking heads, and Winona Ryder was like in...
Winona Ryder?
Winona
She was in
Ryder.
that haunted movie with Eddie Murphy?
Pretty sure she was Miss
She was in Beetlejuice? Oh, really?
She was
Okay.
Miss Leota inside the crystal ball.
All right, sir. Well, there you go. All right.
Learning something Who says Disney's not teaching these kids? I learned.
Poundcake, did you ever watch the Disney Channel movie Luck of the Irish?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
My dad's
there's-
from Cleveland.
Yeah, that was like
What's that?
The end of the movie.
He gets dumped into Lake Erie.
The like evil leprechaun. They go, we're gonna ban you back to the
Shores of
birthplace,
Era.
the shores of Era, and they're like, that's not Ireland. He's like, no, my dad's from Cleveland. He gets banned to Cleveland.
You see, like the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in the background, like it's the Cleveland skyline, our 4 buildings, and he's just like, it's clearly green screen, but he just gets dumped into Lake Erie. I was like, ugh.
Yeah, because this says it was filmed in Farmington, Utah.
Yeah.
No, but yeah, the guy, it's not based in Cleveland, but he makes a reference to.
Oh, he goes, my dad's from Cleveland. That's where he ends
the
up.
punishment at the end. Is
Oh, no.
Getting banned to Cleveland.
Oh.
That was one of my favorite movies. Like, oh, God, I miss a Disney Channel original movie. That formed my childhood. I don't know if they still do that, because it's probably all on Disney Plus now. But
All on
man,
Disney
I love
Plus.
Yeah, I mean, they just go straight to Disney Plus, but they still make bad movies.
I had Pixel Perfect, Smart House.
What was the mermaid one?
Little Mermaid.
13th Year.
No, 13th Year. Yeah,
it was
that
a
one.
guy that turned into a mermaid.
No, the girl.
Aquamarine?
Aquamarine.
But that
That's what with
Oh,
JoJo.
God, I remember
That's
my
what
older
I'm
daughter
thinking of.
watching that.
That wasn't
Skylar
a Disney
loved
Channel
that
original
one.
movie, though.
Oh, it wasn't?
No.
Oh, I thought it was.
That was in theaters. Disney Channel original movies were free movies that they played on Disney Channel.
I know what they were. I just confused it.
It was like at 8 o'clock.
Yeah, it's not like it was like a higher quality movie. It was also just garbage.
The 13th Year was about a dude who he on his 13th birthday he started like growing gills and stuff.
Yes,
It's like
okay,
Teen
yeah,
Wolf
yeah.
for mermen.
And like he would try and open the door. Like he was like, "Mom, something's happening," and he would grip the door and he would like stick to the door and he started like climbing up walls.
Why was it?
Because he had like I don't know
Suction cups like an
for
octopus?
Yeah. He had like fish-like qualities, and he was like, "Mom, I need to go to the doctor," and she's like, "I don't believe in doctors, son." She's like, "I don't like doctors," and then she opens the door, she sees him hanging not hanging from the ceiling, but he's like stuck on the ceiling, and he was like, "Something's really wrong with me." She's like, "Call the doctor."
Isn't that basically what that Pixar movie Luca is about? The kid's a sea monster, and he wants to live on the land?
I don't know. I didn't see that one.
When my older daughter was younger, she used to watch this Australian show called H2O about these. I don't know if they showed them on Disney. I mean, it's not like we were picking up Australian television, so she must have been seeing it somewhere. But it was about teenage girls who were mermaids, find themselves under a dormant volcano just as the full moon passes over, and then they're all in those god-awful accents. I mean, what would an Australian mermaid sound like, I wonder?
Aussie mermaid here. It's been a while since I've checked in. I do love to be underwater. I can't seem to find my gills. However, we are in a volcano, and that the volcanic ash makes it a little hard to breathe.
Aren't they attached to your body, your
they
gills?
get lost on your 13th year.
Like you shed scales, you shed your
Yes.
gills, I see.
I am conflating two of the movies that you were talking about.
Aquamarine.
Aquamarine.
Yeah.
Premiering at a theater near you. And just so you know, we're all safe, and we are people too.
That's great. Listen, I'm convinced. I know nothing about the the bodies of mermaids or mermen. So
Pretend
I'll
all
take
you
your-
want that you're not into it, but we know that that's exactly what you look at.
right, mermaid porn.
Mm-hmm.
All right, very exciting.
Right you are.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Brink. That was a good movie too.
What movie?
It was a movie called Brink, and it was a guy about this super hot dude, which now, looking back on it, he just had good hair. He wasn't even really that hot. He just had really good hair. He was like Ethan Kraft of like Disney Channel original movies. He was in like The Princess Diaries. Oh,
Boy, Poundcake can do these deep dives on these Disney movies.
He knows so much about such specific
He is like
things.
he's like the mirror image of me, except the other way with pop culture. Like nobody gets my references because I'm 51. I don't get. You guys probably get his. I don't get his.
I get some of his. I'm in the middle.
He's deep in the world of Disney Channel originals.
movies.
I'm Poundcake, and you're watching Disney Channel.
And you do the thing with the wand and the ears?
Can you do
Oh,
the ears,
God.
Bill? Can you edit that in?
Photoshop it in.
The neon Mickey Mouse ears. Tell Cody Miss Leota was Jennifer Tilly.
Oh, okay.
From, she was in the Chucky movies, right?
Yeah.
Bride of Chucky.
And she was the chick in Liar Liar.
Liar Liar, yeah.
Man, I
Right,
don't
she's all
think that-
jubbly and bubbly in that one.
I don't think that's right. I think it was the same chick that played in Chucky. And that is...
Yeah, that's Jennifer Tilly.
Okay.
Madame Leota.
Wasn't the doll.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then I got it wrong.
Well, maybe it wasn't her. I don't know. Who is Madame Leota? Well, now I'm going down this rabbit hole. I guess there was a real Madame Leota. I don't know. You're right.
Yes,
what do I care?
it's Jennifer Tilly.
Jennifer Tilly. Okay.
That's right.
Boy, I couldn't help but think this would be Poundcake's dream. You know, we have a handful of bureau chiefs in Canada. You can listen to the iHeartRadio app all throughout North America. And so we have Robin in Toronto, and Tyler's up there too. We've got Ray in Vancouver. Got a couple of people there in the middle. I think we have somebody in Calgary. But Vancouver is one of two sites with neighborhoods that are being flooded with Uber Eats deliveries, and nobody knows where they're coming from.
My dream.
The Highland Park neighborhood in L.A., which is kind of hipstery and vegan, and a neighborhood on the south side of Vancouver. These two particular neighborhoods are being flooded with Uber Eats deliveries, and nobody knows what's going on. And they're like, we thought maybe it was some kind of viral marketing or something is going on. And I imagine they're going to find out that's what this is. But in the meantime, the people who live in these neighborhoods and have Uber Eats orders piling up on their doorsteps don't know what the hell's going on.
Sometimes it would just be like 4 orders of milk from McDonald's. I've probably received 30 meals.
We probably got about 40 bags of food.
Every neighbor has a different idea of what this is. Well, we thought it was credit card fraud, a marketing campaign, rich kids on TikTok who are trying to have some commentary on millennials. I am a vegetarian and they've been sending a lot of meat. Most of us are vegetarian here, so we couldn't really eat them.
Those are the weirdest theories I've ever heard in my life. Oh, we thought it was some TikTokers that want to do a statement on millennials. What? So they sent you a bunch of milk from McDonald's?
Right.
No, I could totally see it being like a TikTok challenge, but not for what
Oh,
they
no, I think
thought
that's what this is going to end up being. But I wonder why these two neighborhoods, Los Angeles and Vancouver. So, yeah, some neighbors have been getting up to 12 orders a day. And boy, that food, you think, A, it's a waste. You're absolutely right. B, I would think that you might go through them. You go, hey, is there anything in here that might, but
Oh,
if it's
yeah, I think you
hot
do.
food, it's going to be lukewarm at best when it gets to you.
The milk, lukewarm
Uh,
milk.
That is one thing I can't
nap.
I can't stand a person who wastes food. Like, I don't know.
You know what, though? It's so hard to not do. And even
But
if you're...
there's levels of it,
I
though.
know, but I'm just saying, like, even if you're trying to... everyone can agree that there's zero reason anyone in the United States should be going hungry with all the food we waste. But, you have these restaurants like, well, we have to throw it out, like
pour
legally or
bleach
whatever.
on it and
Yeah,
stuff.
we've got to throw, people... You've seen stuff on social media of somebody going through a dumpster behind a grocery store, and they're like, if it's one day past the expiration, it all goes in the dumpster, and it's just, it's goddamn immoral what happens.
Joe Exotic uses it on pizza and he's the bad guy. Come on now.
Right.
He's trying to help.
Well, no, he's a bad guy because he tried to have somebody murdered.
I thought it was about, that whole thing was about the meat truck.
No.
Oh, man, I must have.
No.
I really
You feed the old Walmart steaks to the tigers.
Yeah,
People
I
got,
guess.
well, no, you're right. People did get more worked up about that, about the tigers possibly getting expired meat, than him trying to murder that bitch Carol Baskin.
Well, then, like, the employees got to go through the meat before it got to the tigers, too.
Yeah.
And then, like, they would use that stuff for the food in the park and
I
stuff
was
like
watching a different documentary.
that. But, yeah, the reason he's in jail is...
It's because of the meat.
the murder.
Meat.
Paying someone to murder someone.
Maz said it best. Meat is murder.
Ah.
And that's what did in Joe Exotic, who, by the way, is running for president in
He's got my vote.
2024. Yep.
Murder meat. Murder, meat, and murder.
Meat, and murder. So
Spoiled meat.
so far, nobody has fessed up to these orders. Some people have gotten single donuts. Other people have gotten cups of KFC gravy. It really is kind of like
Just random, though.
Yeah, it's like a wheel of, hey, what did I get? Because, if you get a thing of like pad thai, you go, oh, okay, I can reheat this.
Right?
If you get a cup of KFC gravy, you're like, I'm not going to do about this.
All right, we're doing shots.
Gravy shots. Alan.
Yes.
When I had barbecue, guess how many sides I got?
3.
Nope.
2.
Nope.
4.
Yes.
4 sides.
Got 4 sides.
Let me guess. Corn?
No.
Greens?
They didn't have greens either.
What the hell are these sides?
Thank you. Coleslaw.
Okay.
Really good. Mac and cheese.
Okay.
Was it a vinegar-based?
No, it was mayo-based.
Mayo-based.
So coleslaw, mac and cheese, green beans, and cornbread.
Yeah, okay.
And
I'll allow it.
It was really good. I ate it, half of it for dinner, and then I woke up at 5 in the morning and ate the rest of it before my flight.
There you go. Take a nice dump on the flight.
It was like $45 worth of barbecue. And so I was like, I'm not wasting this. I'm eating all of this.
Good for you.
So I was
Don't
like-
waste food.
I was. That's what I'm saying.
Cornbread, mac and cheese, coleslaw,
Green beans.
green beans.
Mm-hmm.
Were they the almond slivered green beans?
No, they were really, really buttery. They weren't
God.
great. No, they weren't great.
Oof.
I wish I would have got. I don't really love baked beans. And
Oh,
I
I do.
normally do greens is like my go-to at a barbecue place, but the green beans were like the closest they had to any type of vegetable. So I did that.
Okay. By the way, before I move on from Canada, because we do have some bureau chiefs up there, Regina, Saskatchewan. It's easy to make fun of, and that's what the tourism board is concerned about up there in Regina. Regina's about an hour due north of the Montana border. It's not too far up there in Saskatchewan. And there's a number of notable people from Regina. Tatiana Maslany, if you know who that actress is. She's She-Hulk. She was an orphan black back in the day. Steve Nash is from Regina. Elon Musk's mother is from Regina. Leslie Nielsen, the late great, is from Regina. And the mayor of this town, the city's catching heat because their new slogan is, show us your Regina. And
love that.
I don't see a problem with this at all. They show us your Regina, and then Regina, the city that rhymes with fun.
I love this.
I think it's great. It used to be Tourism Regina.
Well, they also had the rejected pull them to the side and check out Regina.
Oh, God. So that's what's happening up there in Canada.
And then Poundcakes. Don't touch my Regina.
Don't do it.
No one wants to touch my Regina.
Regina. Well, if I had only known that they were doing this, I could have sent that to them. And can you imagine being the spokesperson, Poundcake, for Regina, Saskatchewan?
A lot of people think
touch my vagina.
A lot of people think as a gay man, I've never seen a Regina.
But I've been to Saskatchewan, and I'll tell you what.
Is it fun?
So the tourism board CEO was very happy about the campaign at first, but then he apologized on Sunday. He said, we were really trying to kind of own the joke, but obviously went too far with it. I think this is awesome.
I think it's great, yeah.
Show us your Regina, the city that rhymes with fun, because until
The
then...
city that rhymes with fun is
That's hilarious.
awesome.
Yeah. So before this, it was like people were making fun of it all the time, and so for people to complain seems silly. Side note, the mayor of Sprunt, Ontario said, hey, stop your bitching. I've got to take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192, I'll have Cleveland Monsters tickets for you on the way back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free
Give that stuff away. It's time to give stuff away. Give stuff away.
All right, hockey fans, your Cleveland Monsters take on the Hershey Bears. This is the second of a back-to-back weekend. I think they play them twice in 3 days. Here at the Romo Fijo, it's Pucks and Paws Day. I think it's a noon game. Bring your dog to the game, courtesy of the Northeast Ohio Regional Sewer District. You can go to clevelandmonsters.com for tickets and schedules and all that. I will get you a 4-pack of tickets here. Grab 3 pals. Monsters Bears on Sunday the 2nd. Good luck. Caller 10. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Voice call received. Put this on the air, dumbass. You think you know it all? You're just nothing but a piece of shit. Talk about dumb shit that you don't have a clue about.
Another satisfied customer of the Alan Cox Show.
I hate it. This show sucks.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Haven't heard from these guys in a while, the dulcet tones of Chad Gray and Mudvayne, who are going out on their first tour in about a decade. The Psychotherapy Sessions tour. I will have tickets for you all next week around 5:20 if you want to see Mudvayne. They're going to do Friday, August 4 out at Blossom. The tickets will go on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. for Mudvayne and bringing a whole bunch of friends with them. Cold Chamber is on the bill. Guar, Non-Point, remember them? And Butcher Babies. A couple of...
I remember. Butcher Babies will make your dreams come true.
Yeah. I mean, that too. Why not?
No Muppet Babies fans.
Nope.
Yeah. All right.
A couple of hot chicks who play guitars in Butcher Babies. So, but Mudvayne, your headliner, and 5:20 all next week, I will have those tickets for you. And maybe I'll throw some in this Saturday night. You know, we have a new metal show here on The Buzzard.
What's it called?
It's called 2 Hours to Midnight, Mary. 2HTM would be the stylized abbreviation. And I'm your host, along with Corey Roddick, Pat Butler, and all three of us kind of come at the metal thing from a little bit of a different perspective. So we throw in a bunch of songs we like, play some local bands, play requests that you guys send me. You can see the playlist, because I can't podcast the show, but you can see the playlist on the 2 Hours to Midnight Facebook page. Week to week, I'll post those there for you. And the email to submit anything is 2htm@wmms.com. So maybe I'll throw in some Mudvayne. I'm pretty much got the playlist laid out for this coming Saturday. I'll toss some Mudvayne in there. But if you dig those guys, the pride of Peoria, Illinois, they could not wait to get out of Peoria in the mid-'90s, and you sure as hell can't blame them if you've ever been there. When you're in a town like that, you're like, well, we can be the biggest bar band in Peoria, or we can get the hell out of here and hope that something happens. And it did. Whether or not they're still doing the goofy face paint, I don't know. But that's part of their charm, I guess. They've also announced, by the way, kind of figuring out where your ticket dollar is going to go, they've also announced the Lollapalooza lineup. For the 3rd through the 6th of August. It's now 4 days in Chicago at Grant Park. Your 15-point font bands, Kendrick Lamar, Billie Eilish, Chili Peppers, Lana Del Rey, the 1975, and Gesundheit.
Sorry.
30 Seconds to Mars will play. Carly Rae Jepsen, remember her?
Oh, geez. She only had Call Me Maybe.
Oh, don't you say that. My girlfriend will come for you.
She had a few songs.
Oh, my goodness.
She's a big fan of Carly Rae Jepsen. She had hits, she says.
But, you know, a lot of good 8-point, well, the rest of it's 8-point font. I mean, Lollapalooza, it's, 200 bands. Knocked Loose, they're great.
This is overwhelming. This is what I mean.
Doobie, she's good. Lil Yachty, Diplo, Poundcake's favorite, Diplo.
The Dabbler.
Puss Hat. Lovejoy, Peach Pit. Whatever happened to the Temper Trap?
I've never even heard of that.
They had one massive song that got used in all kinds of movies and stuff. They had this great song called Sweet Disposition. It was probably 10 plus years old. I saw them last time we went to Lollapalooza. It was literally the year that Soundgarden reunited. So 2010 or 11 is the last time we went to Lollapalooza. And this band called Temper Trap had a song that was getting played all summer long. And it was like a nice arrangement, and the singer had like this kind of falsetto kind of vibe. And boy, they were great live, and then they just fell off the face of the planet. They might still be doing stuff. You're a Temper Trap fan, you can probably school me on this. But we saw them at Lollapalooza, like that was their hot summer, was 2011. And you couldn't get away from the song. And they were smart, they played it last. And, but boy, I don't know what happened to them. 2009, this came out. Right. I feel like it was in like 500 Minutes of Summer, or whatever that dumb movie was called. And it was in every rom-com.
500 Days of Summer.
What did I call it?
500 Days of Summer, not 500 minutes.
Oh, not 500 minutes? There's simply no way to know how many days 500 minutes is. But the movie felt like it was 500 minutes. It was a great song, though, and if you like that kind of stuff. You know, one of our 2 hours to midnight episodes, Bill, is going to be on April Fool's Day.
Oh, nice.
Play 2 hours of Temper Trap, Carly Rae Jepsen.
That'd be a nice April Fool's joke.
I mean, it's a great song.
Run up those stairs, Paul Rudd. Tell her that you love her.
Joseph Gordon-Levitt. Yeah. But, or take your pick, of any one of those guys. But, yeah, really, really good song, and they were good live. And I was like, oh, these guys are going to be like a big, big deal. And maybe they are elsewhere, but I haven't heard anything about them since. Anyway, if you give a rat's ass about Lollapalooza, it is the 3rd through the 6th of August. Grant Park in Chicago, and I think they're doing, I don't know what they're doing now, but the whole lineup's online. Whether or not I will have Lollapalooza tickets for you, I don't know, down the road. I have in the past. Maybe I will. I see Suki Waterhouse on the lineup. You know who Suki Waterhouse is? I didn't know that she was a singer.
I've never heard
Suki, $5.
Suki Waterhouse. Long time. She was R. Patz's girlfriend for a long time. Suki Waterhouse dated Robert Pattinson, and then she dated Bradley Cooper, and then she dated like a couple other dudes or something. I didn't know that she was a singer, but she'll be at Lollapalooza. Do you want? I know that I've got a backlog of hot celebrity goss, and I have nowhere to put it. So can Perez Bilton help me with that?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
This is Hot Celebrity Gossip with Perez Bilton. Ooh.
Hey, let's get things going here with some hot goss for my sweet little goss guzzlers out there. Amanda Bynes is all that anyone is talking about.
Oh, good one.
Nailed it.
After her recent psychotic episode where she was seen walking around Los Angeles naked, Bynes is currently on a psychiatric hold, and her parents have stated that they are not considering putting her back in a conservatorship. According to inside sources.
Inside sources.
Bynes has said that she does want to get back on the big screen and into acting. She's got an idea for a sequel to She's the Man called She's the Manic.
Inside sources.
She's crazy.
Mm-hmm. we get it. We get it.
I didn't get it. Thank you.
Yeah, the cast of Ted Lasso visited the White House yesterday, and Jason Sudeikis gave an impassioned speech about mental health and checking in on the people around us to make sure they're being taken care of. According to inside sources.
Inside sources.
President Biden loved the speech and was a big fan and kept telling Jason Sudeikis it was a really, really great job, even though he kept calling him Andy from The Office.
Oh.
Inside sources.
Oh, he's old.
He's very old. And then finally, Bella Hadid is celebrating 5 months of sobriety.
Hey.
Hadid posted a video of her trip to Vegas, captioned that she was having fun without alcohol. Seems weird, but okay. According to inside sources, Hadid may be 5 months sober, but she broke my 41-year streak of not knowing who she is. So thanks, Bella.
This is Hot Celebrity Gossip with Perez Bilton. Ooh.
Now that's the hot goss in the celebrity world.
There's more?
I don't know exactly how to approach this because I saw an advertisement from the Grog Shop for a sketch comedy show.
Oh.
And it was titled
Inside Sources.
Hot Goss. So I don't know if we're getting some sort of turf war here with some sketch comedy comedians or what. But
listen,
the most important thing is no one's laughing. No one's laughing.
There's one thing you can count on sketch comedy for. It's hilarious titles of things.
Mm-hmm.
I hope you were smart enough to have trademarked Hot Goss.
They're sneaky. I did, of course. Spent millions to do that.
Mm-hmm.
I used one S. They used two. They got me.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
Bill, there's no S in hot.
In Goss.
Oh, that makes more sense. What happened to the jersey?
Oh, I took it out of my bag a couple weeks ago just when I was cleaning things out, and I keep forgetting to put it back in.
I was going to say, the jersey is really the cherry on this Sunday that we call Hot Celebrity Goss.
So here's the post that I saw by the Grog Shop. It's Hot Goss, the improvised musical.
What is that?
It's a musical that is improvised.
I don't like that.
What's worse than musicals? An improvised musical. We don't know where we're going with this, but we know there's music.
Now, I know some very funny people that are in this, so I don't want to poo-poo it, but
I think you may already have.
I'm just saying, when you think of Hot Goss, you think of Perez Bilton.
Oh.
Will you go and engage in a little bit of corporate espionage?
Well, it's tonight, and I got to record my podcast, so I can't do that. But all the Goss Guzzlers out there, if you want to go and protest.
Well, not protest, just go see what's going on.
Yeah, go see what's going on. Yeah, the best way to protest them is go buy a ticket and support them, but then also be like, also you're stealing Bill's thing.
Support local artists.
That Bill also didn't make up, so who cares?
Hey, listen, there are no original ideas left. That's the most important thing to remember. I wasn't sure if Perez Bilton was going to touch on the Liam Neeson Jimmy Kimmel beef.
Oh, I didn't even see that.
Liam Neeson is calling Jimmy Kimmel racist for making Irish jokes at the Oscars. Jimmy Kimmel was making...
This is also the same Liam Neeson that wanted to kill a black guy after his friend got raped.
Yes, that's right. Well, who better, though? There's no one more fervent than a convert, right?
Right.
I mean, takes one to know one.
I know I'm racist, but...
But also, I think that Liam Neeson is overestimating the number of people who saw the Oscars. Maybe not. I guess the Oscars ratings were better than they've been recently. I don't know what that means. They were already so they couldn't have gone any lower. I can't imagine. But he took great umbrage at the jokes Jimmy Kimmel was making about Irish people fighting and drinking. If you were to join us this past Friday for the St. Paddy's Day celebration downtown Cleveland, you can't imagine what the hell Liam Neeson is taking such offense to. But I guess you kind of take his point. Somebody asked him what he thought of Jimmy Kimmel's jokes, and he didn't. I heard he was being a bit racist. He didn't care for that. And frankly, I can't imagine he's mad at Kimmel, because it's a stereotype that, listen, I'm Irish. It's a stereotype that Irish people embrace. That's what Liam Neeson's really angry about. He's not mad at Jimmy Kimmel. He's mad that, Notre Dame is the fighting Irish. And there are people who don't like that. French name, Irish mascot. But he's got his dukes up. And a lot of Irish don't like that. But anti-Irish sentiment, that is as American as apple pie. There used to be signs in stores, no blacks, no Irish. Or Irish need not apply when there was a job opening. You'd have drawings of apes, and at the bottom would say, Mr. G. O'Rilla. That was the anti-Irish sentiment there. So I don't know if he's really mad at Jimmy Kimmel. And the black thing, Liam Neeson has vehemently apologized for that. He said that when he was a younger man, and what was that story? A black street tough had assaulted a friend of his, and he said, I went out into the street looking for any black bastard I could find.
Mm-hmm.
He had a full head of steam talking about that. So I don't know if it rises to the level of beef, but he didn't care for what Jimmy Kimmel had to say, apparently. You know what? The upsets in sports are not only relegated to basketball. There's been plenty of those. But there was a major upset in college wrestling last Friday. Now, I was a college wrestler, and so I get pretty triggered when I see this kind of stuff. Spencer Lee is a 3-time national champ. And he was wrestling. He goes to University of Iowa, Spencer Lee. It's a big deal in NCAA wrestling. And he was wrestling Matt Ramos from Purdue, who beat him, pinned Spencer Lee, the 3-time national champ. It was a big deal for Matt Ramos and Purdue. Big upset. But nobody took it worse than Spencer's mom, Kathy.
I love this video so much.
I'm going to show you this.
No. You haven't seen this?
No.
The mom of the kid that was the national champion, and she herself, they mention, was an Olympic alternate on the American judo team or something. So this kid's going to get a whooping when he gets home. But let me show you this. I'll show you the end of the match and then the mom. He stands up triumphant after this upset. And they cut to Spencer Lee's mother in the stands.
Ramos knocks off Lee to go to the finals.
I've never seen anything like this. Everyone in this arena is on their feet. Holy cow. Matt Ramos of Purdue has knocked off one of the greatest college
Here comes the mom. Cut to her.
Spencer Lee's mom, Kathy, an alternate for the U.S. Olympic judo team, and her glasses did not survive that match.
She takes her glasses off and prepares to shred them.
There's so much
She
at stake here.
throws them to the ground. Oh, my goodness.
She breaks them like 8 times. That's impressive.
Why
She
though?
folds them. Wouldn't you
What a
cut your
weird
hands? There's
choice.
glass in
Yeah.
there. That was her reaction to her son, Spencer Lee, 3-time
love it.
national champion, getting pinned, an upset there by Matt Ramos of Purdue. But just watching now, listen, if you want to pull this, go ahead. Just watching two men grapple with each other there on the wrestling mat reminds me of being in that situation, of being pinned, which my very first year in wrestling, freshman in high school, all I did was get pinned. And then you get progressively better. Some guys were just born to it, right? I went in at 98 pounds.
You never had like a wrestler's body?
Oh, you do? Yeah, but not as a freshman. I mean, I was so tiny, And some of the tiny dudes were like real scrappers. They were like fighting all the time anyway, so they were tailor-made for wrestling. That wasn't me. So I had to get better, progressively better. But seeing somebody get pinned, there's just, if you've been a wrestler, there's no worse sound in the world than the ref's hand slapping down on the mat next to your head. It's a sound that will haunt you. Conversely, when you're the one doing the pinning, that's great too. You get to hop up and run around and grab your crotch and take your headgear off and have fun. Now, my parents never even attended one of my wrestling matches, let alone destroyed their corrective eyewear in protest. That would have been great.
I have a question for you.
Now you just have to buy more though.
I want to get a big pair of glasses, like the comically big ones,
yeah.
and then if like the calves lose, just like start breaking.
Yeah.
Stomping on it.
Like the old guy in the old Six Flags commercials.
Alan, if you weren't good at wrestling, why was that the sport you gravitated to?
Because I didn't know I was joining the wrestling team. I thought it was a meeting to talk about if you wanted to be on the wrestling team.
That would be
And then they were like, okay, here's your singlets. First practice is tomorrow. I was like, wait, what? Who?
You quit?
No, I didn't quit.
You said you could.
Oh, I could have, but I didn't want to look like a pussy.
Oh.
Because there were dudes.
I'd
Because I
rather
was
just be
small, but
pinned.
there were a couple of dudes smaller than me. Like Nick Parnello was smaller than me.
Yeah,
and
take
like
that, Nick.
Joe Tadashori was smaller than me.
Ted Shorty, am I right?
So I was, yeah. So, yeah.
Well, she was a cheerleader. She just immediately mean.
You like that?
And it was Catholic school, so we didn't even have mat maidens.
What's a mat maiden?
The cheerleader.
Oh.
But they're
Wrestling
all named
cheerleaders.
Matt.
They call them mat maid. They're all named Matt. So freshman year, I really did think about quitting, but I was like, well, if I can get better, if I can get progressively better, then it might be fine. And so I wrestled all through high school, and then freshman year in college, I'd started working, just got to be too much. But I got progressively better. But if anybody should have quit that first year, it was probably me. But anyway, watching the mom tear up her glasses is dynamite. I got a break again. If you want to send a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com to watch and listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
2 hours to midnight.
The new metal show here on WMMS.
Cleveland's metal
May vary. Limited time offer. Terms apply.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. The Alan Cox Show.
Questions.
Don't come here expecting answers.
Who can provide the answer?
The one big question is, how is this on the air?
We need to understand why that is.
On 100.7 WMMS.
35192. Send me a text. I'll get them there. You can drop messages for us on the iHeartRadio app. If you listen, tell me where you do it if you're out of state. If you're watching the show live at AlanCoxShow.com, thank you to Tony Plamanta for helping out back there in the video department.
I think he's the chef at Mama Santa.
Mama Santa with head chef Tony Plamanta. Cavaliers play tonight. First of two against the Brooklyn Nets. They'll play them tonight, and then they'll play them on Thursday night as we get ever closer to the end of the regular season. Cavs, Nets, 7:30 tonight. Nets are kind of a middling team, right?
Yeah.
They're around 500 maybe?
Yeah, and they got rid of Durant and Kyrie, so they're not they were going to be one of the favorites in the East, and now they're just kind of treading water.
They're kind of limping along.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, doesn't mean that they can't. The Cavs can't lose to them. So.
Right. They're still playing hard.
Yeah.
They're not. You can't go in there and expect to win. You got to go in there and play hard.
Right. Who's on the Nets now?
You got to go in there and let them know.
Let them know.
Spencer Dinwiddie.
Oh, they got him in the Kyrie trade. Is that right? Yeah. Okay.
And then Mikal Bridges.
Oh boy.
From the Suns, and then.
They got, what's his name?
Guys.
Who's the other dude who's like real long in the tooth now? Well, maybe not, but he's been popped around for a bit. Oh, God, he was on the Pistons. I think he was on the Pistons. Was Ben Simmons on Ben Simmons, I think is the guy. I was confused Ben Simmons and Andre
they got
Drummond.
Ben Simmons, but Ben Simmons has only been on two teams. He just
maybe
had a controversial end to his time in Philadelphia.
Oh, that's what I'm thinking. He was with the Sixers. Anywho, Cavs, Nets tonight, 7:30. Want to get the pregame action. That is 7 o'clock, Cavs live here on MMS. And for the remainder of the month, if you want to get some gear from CLE Clothing Company, you can use the promo code SHAMROCK, and that'll give you 20% off throughout the rest of the month. Driving into work this morning, I saw the big banner there on Progressive Field. 17 days until opening day.
That's great.
That is be there.
Well, but that's for the home opener. I mean, opening day is next Thursday.
Right.
The home opener, the tickets are all sold out, as you might suspect. That is the home opener and the season opener. The Guardians play the Seattle Mariners. The 29th consecutive sold out opening day, because of course they don't count 2020.
Obvi.
They launched the monthly ballpark pass for $49 a month.
I love it. I picked one up immediately.
Did you really?
Yeah.
So that's probably
Wait,
why.
what is it?
Well, you can attend any Guardians game
For a whole month.
with a standing room only ticket. But that includes the home opener. So people probably swooped in to grab those. And
so I'll be doing the standing room thing at the home opener. And then, we're right across the street from.
Yep.
So any night I feel like it, I can pop over there to watch a game.
Oh, that's actually really smart.
And when they're doing afternoon games,
What month
they
did
come
you
in
pick?
a little bit. I'm just going to do it every month.
Oh.
it's $49 a month. Yeah.
I started with April, and I'm just going to do it every month.
Can you buy it you have to buy it at the beginning of the month, or can you buy it 4 months? Or can you buy April, May, June, and July all at once?
I don't know. I mean, it's like it just re-ups.
Bill, make sure,
Yeah,
make sure, keep an eye on this. Make sure that you don't buy December.
Don't buy December. We don't
tell
need
me.
that one.
Ain't nobody gonna tell me
How to go to Guardians games.
Yeah, I just bought the pass, and I think it renews every month.
Well, don't let them renew for December, is what I'm trying. Don't let them renew for November. October, maybe. We'll so anyway,
I love that deal. I think it's gonna be a lot of fun. So if you are also going to a lot of Guardians games, say what's up.
Find Bill at the corner
Maybe I'll
bar
do
or
that.
somewhere else.
Brian loves baseball, and we don't
Baseball's
go to
great.
we don't go to nearly enough games. One of our first dates was at a baseball game.
How
And
many
you
is
guys
enough?
can get there and like pay attention to who's drunk, and then when they leave the guardrail area, you just swoop in there
Swoop
and
right
act like
in.
you were there the whole
We did.
time.
I'm sorry, sir.
Yeah.
Excuse me, are you standing where I'm standing? Because I believe that's my standing spot.
How many games is enough?
Probably 25.
25. Okay.
That's a lot.
That's a lot of games.
That is a lot for a regular
I think we went to
season.
2 last year.
I think we went to. We all went.
We went to the home opener.
Went
the
to the
three of
home
us
opener.
did.
Yep.
Was that last? No, that was 2 years ago.
That was 2020.
That was 2021. My dad had just died. That was 2021.
Yeah, it wasn't 3 years ago because they didn't have fans in 2020.
That was.
It was 2021.
It wasn't last year. It was
I'm
the
100%
year before.
positive.
Yeah, 2021.
I'm 100%
Okay. Yeah,
positive.
yeah.
We didn't go last year.
I'm going to defer to when her dad died
Yeah.
as the demarcation line for.
Yeah. So we did that. So last year, Brian and I went to 2 then. He and I went to 1 by ourselves, and then the 3 of us, me, him, and his daughter, went to 1.
Yep. Because we took our daughter when the White Sox were in town, and I think we take her when the Tigers are in town because that's my wife's team.
I probably went to a dozen or so last year.
It's a lot of games, but it's fun, man. It's a good time. Now, people asking me, what are you guys doing? I don't know. Possibly nothing. I don't know. We're only the FM flagship. But opening day is next Thursday, and then the home opener is April the 7th. And I don't know if we're going to be doing, I don't know what we're doing for the home opener. In the past, we've gone on after Rover and then just done it until first pitch because it's a 4:05 game. I don't know what we'll be doing. I don't know if we'll do a power hour. No clue.
Do you know what's happening that night?
On April the 7th?
Uh-huh.
Yes. People after the ball game are going to be running around downtown.
And going where?
Vomiting into each other's mouths.
At what event will they be vomiting into each other's mouths?
The post-game.
Mary Santora and Dan Cummins at the Agora that night.
You think they're going to show up after the ball game? It's an either-or situation.
It is a free. If you buy a ticket to see me and Dan Cummins, you can puke into whoever's mouth you want. It's on the fine print of the
But it's going to
ticket.
be an either-or.
Yeah, well, I don't really think his fans, there's much overlap of podcast fans and baseball fans.
This is Cleveland, Ohio, baby. I bet there's a lot of people that like Dan Cummins and would also want to go to the ball game. So
I
they're
think
going to
he's
either
gonna
have
do
to.
okay.
They're going to have to. I'm not saying he won't. I'm just saying they're going to have to bounce early to get over to the Agora. In which case,
But it's a nighttime show, though.
Yeah, but the game's at 4:05.
So you can do both.
I know some people that are doing both.
Yep, you hear that?
No. I'm with you, but you know what that crowd's going to be.
Puke in my mouth. Your old man wheeze.
I don't know what's going on with my throat. Like I don't. You hear this, right?
502.
I don't have. Yeah. I don't have a productive cough.
Gross.
So I can't hock anything up.
Well, then it's not what I had because
then
I
I'm
was
like, listen to
coughing
the-
blood.
No, but
so.
no, it's not that. It's not even something that's keeping me up or that's, it's like, it's just kind of intermittent. My throat's not sore. It's not raw. No, nothing. There's been times in the past where I haven't been able to work for 3 or 4 days because I have no voice. It's not that. But I don't know what's going on. It's not like I'm hocking up lugs, but it sounds like I got the cordyceps in my lungs.
You might.
Listen to me. Listen. You ready?
Ready.
Right? So when I don't know what that is. So when I laugh, I have
me
this
cough.
like underlying wheeze. I go,
Ew, does that hurt to make you want to cough?
No, that's my point.
When you make that noise, it doesn't make you want to cough.
No, it's just really annoying because I don't have phlegm. I'm not hocking lugs. That's normally what you do, right? You hock it up, spit it into a garbage. It's nothing like that. It's like a dry cough, but I got this crackle in there. It's driving me bananas.
This cough is bananas.
B-A-N-A-N-A.
This cough is bananas.
B-A-N-A-N-A.
So I'll pop a lozenge and, they're not really doing anything. It's not keeping me up at night. I'm not, I don't know. I don't get it. It's that maybe I got long COVID, boy.
That's what they told me. They were like, they said it's probably long COVID. They don't
Yeah.
know any different.
Well, yeah, because it's a billion different things. So
Yeah.
they don't,
Last week I was coughing up blood, and then they gave me the codeine cough syrup.
Yeah, but right. Did that do something? Did that do what it was supposed to do? Is that a coagulant or what?
No. What it's supposed to do is it stops the cough signal in your brain. So your brain doesn't produce the signal to cough. So it's.
I thought your throat did that.
No, your brain does it. Your brain stops the signal to your chest and says you don't have to cough. You don't have to cough, which made me nervous because I'm like, if there's stuff in there that needs to come out, like blood, then I should probably be coughing that up. But I took it, and now there's no phlegm, but I am coughing up sometimes in the morning, like white
sputum.
I was calling it sputum. Because I hadn't heard the word out loud.
I believe sputum is the word you're looking for.
I had only read it, and it's S-P-U-T-U-M.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure I said to the ER doctor when I was coughing up blood that I had bloody sputum.
Oh, no. Don't ever use the words.
But I had never heard
This
it
guy's
before.
like rolling his eyes at her. Yeah, you'll be fine.
You're going to be okay.
I've got sputum and mucus
But what they said was
in my throat.
the bleeding was coming from my throat. So by not coughing, it gave my throat time to heal.
All right.
So that's what it was.
Doc, I don't know. I got a throat full of saliva.
I got a lot of
And then
saliva.
my mucus and sputum show up, and
It's
I don't know
red.
what to do. Oh, God.
What do I do with red mucus?
Is my phlegm supposed to be green? Hey, Woody.
Alan.
It's like I threw up a bat signal for a medical professional to check in.
You know, my
I'm
penis
Dr.
looks
Penis.
like I should have been adopted.
Yeah, that's right. The adopted what? Okay.
But hey,
Yes.
hey, you say you were hawking up phlegm earlier in this segment, but isn't it called hacking it up? I thought hawking was something different in the terminology.
Well, not hawking. Hawking would be like trying to sell somebody something. Hawking, H-O-C-K, hawking up a lug is what I always heard growing up. Hawking a lug.
We used to call them hawkers.
Yeah, but I'm not even doing that. I'm not even hawking up lugs. That's what's so frustrating. It's a dry cough, but I still have this crackle in my
Well, yeah, because I thought a hacking up a lug is what they called it in Western Iowa.
It's probably
They called it.
it's probably interchangeable. I'll tell you what, speaking of Iowa, Woody, because we have a lot of bureau chiefs that still live out in the Hawkeye State, but Woody is an Iowa native. And I got a bone to pick with Iowa because I was reading an article about how Iowa has really done this sharp right turn politically. They used to be kind of a purple state, believe it or not. But now I was reading somebody was referring to Iowa as the Florida of the North. And I was like, oh, no. I'm sorry. We've been calling Ohio the Florida of the North for some time now. So I'm going to, I know you had nothing to do with this, Woody, but I'm just venting at what the hell is going on in Woody.
He was hitting the rumble strips.
I thought he was hawking up a lug there in his car. Thank you, Woody. I've been referring to Ohio as the Florida of the North for a while, and I'll be damned if the Washington Post isn't going to get a strongly worded letter from me. AC Rant Writer over here is going to take part in that. The Iowa is the Florida of the North. How dare you, Washington Post? How dare you? Listen, they've got a lot of stuff going on over there. They're probably not listening to this show, but
How dare you?
Exactly.
How dare you?
In good standing, Ohio is the Florida of the North. That's why it was like a don't cross the streams situation with this douchebag from Avon who was on spring break and beat up the Def Leppard drummer.
Oh, goodness.
The Florida of the North met the Ohio of the South, and you know what happened? This kid is the charges are being pressed against him. And listen, I think they'll be okay. I'm sure the drummer from Def Leppard doesn't have good lawyers or anything. How could he afford that?
He can't.
He's only been a crazy rich rock star for 40 years. Family's lawyer's probably like, look, don't worry about it, right? This guy couldn't even afford another arm. He'll be fine. He's got all his money in stocks and bonds. It'll be okay. Nothing liquid. You got to take that kid to the cleaners. Imagine your kid does something stupid on spring break and you got to mortgage your house. I mean, unless he comes from some crazy rich family, but he ain't going to be more rich than the drummer from Def Leppard. Talk about wrong place at the wrong time. If you just beat up a civilian, this dummy didn't even know who Rick Allen was. Attack him outside of a Four Seasons in Florida. And then all the people who are going to sue him for breaking the windows on their cars because they found him smashing windows out on cars. So, boy, you're gonna be taking nothing but calls from legal representatives for the foreseeable future. I got another Jenna call.
Again?
Yeah.
Like while we're on air?
Nonstop. Come on. Yep.
It's time for Sweet Nothings with Jenna from Poland.
Mary Santora doesn't know how to pray.
This has been Sweet Nothings with Jenna from Poland.
Well, then she doesn't know Mary Santora.
Jenna doesn't listen to the show.
No.
I am an expert prayer.
If you knew Mary like we knew Mary.
You know she knows how to pray. Come
Right.
vomit in her mouth.
Vomit in her mouth.
Mary, why you bugging?
I'm good at praying. I'm pretty good at it.
How come that doesn't work?
You don't know what my prayers are?
What are your prayers?
They're all answered in time.
Oh. Well, Lord knows we've all got plenty of that.
Yes, he does.
I've got a break. Hey, the
Speaking
auto.
of time.
Yeah! The Auto-Rama is returning to Cleveland. And if you want to go, boy, are you in the right place at the right time. The Summit Racing Equipment IX piston-powered Auto-Rama is back at the IX Center end of the month. I'll have 4 tickets for you coming back. Want to text for anything else, 35192, and we'll be back.
Monday night.
Join us to celebrate the songs and artists you've loved.
WS on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Claiborne Ford Lincoln Studios, serving Northeast Ohio since 1973.
It's time to give stuff away. Time to give stuff away.
All right, it's about that time again, the 31st through April 2nd. Next weekend, the Summit Racing Equipment IX Piston-Powered Autorama is back at the IX Center. If a piston makes it go, it's in this show. You get info and tickets and everything else at pistonpowershow.com. But I have a 4-pack of tickets for you here. Grab some pals and get to the Autorama. Call 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Are you trying to make us all uncomfortable?
Alan Cox.
It's gross, it's weird, it's not right, it's not cool.
And there's plenty more where that came from. Back to the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
I saw Peter Gabriel is coming to Cleveland for people who are fans of his solo stuff. He hasn't toured in about 7 or 8 years. You got to like a little bit of everything when you're a Peter Gabriel fan. A lot of people kind of, depending on what generation you're in, associate him with like the MTV era with Sledgehammer and Big Time and all that. But obviously he was the original frontman for Genesis back in the kind of prog rock days. And he left to do his own thing. Phil Collins slipped in, and the rest is, as they say, history. But Peter Gabriel fans, he's playing the Romo Fijo on September the 27th. So those tickets are on sale Friday at 10 a.m. if you like Peter Gabriel. The I.O. Tour. I think he's getting ready to drop something new or whatever. By the way, if you go even further back with Genesis, if you go back to like the late 60s, early 70s, Steve Hackett is going to play the Goodyear Theater in November. So if you're like an old school prog rock Genesis fan, Steve Hackett was with them from like the late 60s for a few years in the 70s. Basically, when Steve Hackett left, or maybe he and Phil Collins got there at the same time, maybe. Anyway, Steve Hackett's doing a show called Genesis Revisited. So if you like that really old Genesis, he's doing November 1st at the Goodyear Theater. It's an embarrassment of riches for old school Genesis and Peter Gabriel fans around these parts. I know we're all going. We're all going to see Peter Gabriel, I assume.
Obviously.
Obvi.
What day is it?
Yeah.
It is September the 27th.
You're not busy.
At the Romo Fijo. You can't go.
I would go, actually.
What the...
I would go. I like Peter.
Yeah, you kind of have to be into. You got to be into world music
Pete G.
Huh?
Pete G.
Pete G. Right. September the 27th is a Wednesday night, but there is an early Guardians game that day, so we'll be able to hop out of here and scoot right across the Piazza.
Try again.
To see Peter Gabriel, but. One of Poundcake's favorite songs, too, by Shock the Monkey. So Ozzy Osbourne covered, I don't know if we have Ozzy's Shock the Monkey, but does anybody care about Ozzy Osbourne's Shock the Monkey?
No.
No? I mean, now that I've mentioned it, I kind of want to hear it. Ozzy... Shock the Monkey. And I don't remember who he did it with or why he did it. Oh, he did it with Coal Chamber about 20 plus years ago. That's
he?
what it was. C-O-A-L, not C-O-L-E. No, Coal Chamber is the Country Music Awards Artist of the Year. He got caught throwing the N-word around, and then, of course, he was...
Then his record sales went through the roof.
Through the roof. Yep,
that
he's
make
been
you feel,
number
country
one
music
ever
fans?
since.
Morgan Wallen drops an N-bomb and everybody's like, he's the best.
He's been number one since that happened.
Is it weird that I'm really attracted to him? I don't know why.
Taste the hate.
He's
Well, no, is that a look that you like?
not really.
He's not a skeleton-faced white boy.
Not really. I grew up. JVS has a lot of like country boys and stuff like that, so I can find attractive features in him. But like he doesn't have a body. He doesn't really have a very good face. He kind of his hair.
You like the scruff and the mullet.
Kind of looks like disheveled. But I'm like, I don't know. He got some swag about him. Like he looked like he been with a black girl or two. Maybe that's why he felt comfortable saying that. But I don't know.
I mean, I've been with a black girl or two, and I wouldn't feel comfortable saying that.
I didn't say it was right. I'm just saying maybe that's why he felt that. He's like, man, I ain't racist. Like,
I'm not racist. I've banged black girls.
Trishelle?
The greatest argument of all time.
I know.
Yeah. Well, anyway, Morgan Wallen is he's on top of the world, this guy. But whatever. You know what today is, by the way? Today is March the 21st. Bill Squire fans will recognize this as the second day of spring. See, first day of spring, his allergies just go haywire, if you'll pardon the pun. The second day of spring, everything is fine. It's all taken care of. No. The histamines have been knocked out, and it's
all a ramp up. Like it's telling me that it's spring, but it's not quite spring yet. Spring
Are you sure it's not
happens.
spring?
Spring happens when all the pollen starts jumping up my nose.
I heard spring has sprung. Am I ill-informed?
Spring has sprung, Mary.
Well,
and
then what's Bill talking about?
Huh?
Then
Talking
what's
about how
Bill
I measure spring.
talking
How
about?
he
I
measures
measure
spring.
No
is
one.
when
No.
people start getting allergy attacks.
You're not a seasonologist.
Listen, Bill's alter
Yeah, I am.
ego.
I got garlic salt. I got paprika.
It's not enough.
March 31st, April 1st at the Funny Stop in
I got
Cuyahoga Falls.
Italian seasoning blend.
He bought it from Mama Santa's.
Probably some sort of oregano in there.
I have a little dry bay leaves.
Bill's alter ego, Vern L. Equinox, is beset on all sides by awful, awful allergies. No. March 21st, 2006, 17 years ago, on this day, a little thing called Twitter launched.
Whoa!
Of course, you'll recall they didn't spell it with the E, the beginning. It was Twitter. And it immediately went about improving the world as we know it.
Nothing is better than
Fast forward to today, and Twitter's great. 17 years ago, I don't think I got on it until maybe mid-09. I got on it a little bit before I came to Cleveland. But there were early adopters. There were people there, March 21st, 2006, who were on a brand new thing called Twitter. And boy, were they excited. Couldn't have had more fun on it. But ironically, today I was told is also Common Courtesy Day. So,
You know what I found? Courtesies, not that common.
Is that true?
Not with the youth today.
Oh, the youth. What is a ute? Oh, come on. The youths.
Yes.
The youths of today aren't that. I would argue just the opposite. I think that there's a strain of common courtesy among our younger members of our society. Is there a strain of anti-intellectualism? Is there a cult of ignorance in this country that is celebrated? Of course. But that's always been there. But are the youths less courteous than they've ever been? I say nay. How many times have we walked down the street and you run into a youth who's TikToking himself, and he'll say, "Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, pardon me." And then they'll step to the side, and as you walk by, they'll put their leg out, and you'll trip.
So often.
And they'll laugh on their TikToking.
This is a shared experience that you're describing.
Yes. I think we can all identify with that.
I didn't talk about the youths that broke into our building where I live.
What did they steal? Carpet?
Where you go to play with your toys? Your home?
My home.
They broke into your home?
Not my home, but my
Your
building.
building. How did they break in?
They waited until someone went into the garage.
That's not breaking
and
in.
then they ran in. And according to the newsletter, They were trespassing. And then they damaged a few cars. Luckily, someone else came in and it scared them off. But they damaged a few cars, I believe, with crab apples. I think we're dealing with some crab apple tusks over there at Squifle Tower.
Are you sure it wasn't that kid from Avon that beat up Rick Allen?
Sure. I can't be sure.
Maybe he's on a region-wide crime spree, multi-state.
So now we have to have our garage doors closed faster.
Oh.
Hey, listen,
we really got to speed in there.
At least yours didn't implode like the one next door.
Right down the street.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we had some crabapple tufts in there causing ruckus in the garage area.
Not ruckus. Anything but ruckus.
So they had to be
riff-raff.
It had to be some neighborhood riffraff, right? Nobody comes from the east side, right over here on 9th, to wreck some cars in Lakewood in the subterranean parking garage. I assume subterranean parking garage.
Correct, yes.
Of a high-rise condo building. See, Bill Squire's living the high life there in Lakewood, right on the lake. Squifle Tower is a sight to behold. He has underground parking, Mary.
But I was a mole person when I had underground living.
Well, you weren't living in the parking garage.
You don't know what I was
were
doing.
living.
You were living underground.
You didn't even have a parking garage.
Park there and then go upstairs to the 9th floor where I'm actually in the sky.
Yeah, all right.
So how does this get transcribed in the newsletter? They go, hey, want to let everybody know.
Probably.
Lock your stuff.
Right.
Yeah, it just said, here's what happened at, and then the name of my building.
Had you heard about it before this?
I did
Had
not.
word gotten around to you?
No, I had
One of your
no
old
idea.
persnickety neighbors didn't say something to you?
No.
Persnickety.
Grandma didn't know?
Grandma didn't know. Grandma had to read it. Like, they posted it in the elevator, too. They sent us emails, but she doesn't have her email.
Right. She
Give it
needed a
to
hard
them.
copy.
Yeah, so she's reading in the elevator with her glasses on. She's like, what's going on here? So she doesn't stay as locked into the happenings of the newsletter as I do.
Mm-hmm.
She's just enjoying, she's in the penthouse.
Is this
She
as
got to worry about anything.
Is this as exciting as the condo newsletter has gotten? Is this as dramatic as it's been?
Since the day Bill moved in, when
Yep.
the last newsletter they sent out, local
Because
celebrity Bill Squire moves into Squifle Tower,
I'm
giving
so
it its
careful
name.
about telling anybody what I do and trying to
Sure.
I'm so
He had a parade. There were balloons
No,
and
I don't
ticker
tell
tapes.
I don't tell anybody what I do. I don't want them to know what I do. And my girlfriend talks to people all the time.
Oh my God, my boyfriend's totally famous, and we live
Not
on the
like
9th
that, but
floor.
so she's more well known in the building, and now it's getting out who I
blowing
am.
your
and
cover,
what,
bro.
I know, and she's like, well, I'm just
But how does that happen?
Because she is just around and talks to people. Like when she's in the elevator, she's talking with people.
Right, but how does she mention your name?
Well, she has my dog sometimes with her, so people know the dog, and she just talks about me a lot. So
Have you asked her to keep? Have you
she's
asked her to?
obsessed with
No,
you.
she's learned
To be more discreet?
I have not, but she just does now because it's gotten to a point where some people are waiting around to talk with her and stuff like that, and she's like, I just want to go outside and be left alone. I'm like, yeah, but you create these friends. You talk to people. You're kind to people, and then they want to talk to you because they have nothing else going on. These are old people that only hang out in this building and maybe take the
a little
stroll to the grocery store.
Yeah, but it can't be but the old people wouldn't know who you were. So she's telling younger people.
No. It's not that they know who I am. But when they find out what I do, then they see me and they go, "Oh, do you got any performances coming up? I've been needing to
I
come
see.
out and do these things, but I don't need them."
How does she work
I
my
don't.
boyfriend as a stand-up comic into her elevator pitch?
I mean, it's not just elevate. It's standing out front of the building with the dog. It's all sorts of.
You know what it is too?
She's just too talkative. She's too friendly.
This is the downside of living so high up.
Mm-hmm.
You have a short elevator ride, you're golden. So let's say you live in a 4th floor. You're like, I only got to go down a few floors. You're coming down from the 10th, 12th, 14th, 15th? What?
9th floor.
You're coming
But
down
it's
from the
also-
100th floor. I mean,
But I've done it for 3+ years now, where I keep it on the weather, very basic small talk. I never tell them where I'm going. I never tell them where I've been.
God, you know what, Bill?
I don't tell them where I'm going or where I've been. Oh, Bill, where are you coming from? Shut up, old lady. I'm not going to tell you.
Oh, I don't tell my name either.
They just know you. They know your face and your dog.
Yes. Yeah. I keep it. Yes. It's either talk about the weather or talk about Whoopsie.
Yeah.
They all know Whoopsie's name. I'm Whoopsie's dad. That's how they know me. And that's fine. I don't mind that.
See, I think if I lived in your building, I would have to explain myself a lot more often.
To whom?
People. Every time I'm in an elevator, they're like, "Where are you going?" Like
nobody asks where you're going.
No, they don't have They don't have an elevator attendant.
Nobody asks where you're going. You can volunteer where you're going, but nobody's really asking about.
Poundcake, they'd want to make sure you lived in the building.
That's what
wink,
I'm
wink.
saying.
Yeah.
That's my whole point. I'm minding my business. Well, what floor do you live on, sir? I'm like, I'm not telling you. Then they call the front desk, and they're like, we think we have a trespasser in the building. We're like, clearly he can't afford to live here. Someone must have left him something in their will. Carl, who lived there for 40 years.
Carl left his condo to Poundcake. Yeah, but then that means that you can live there.
I know.
But they should focus less on that and figure out who is cracking windows in the parking garage.
Crabapple Tufts.
Yeah. But also, that's not people breaking in. That's people sneaking under the gate.
It's kids being kids. It's not. I'm not that
kids are going
concerned
to
about it.
All right.
What were you
This
saying,
happens
Mary?
to me at my house all the time. I can't even walk to the bathroom without someone stopping me and being like, God, what do you do for a living? I've heard so many great things.
The bathroom.
I'd like to make it to one of your
Who
shows
is
one day.
in your house that you can't even get to the
Brian,
bathroom?
The cat,
Oh.
Blake.
Yeah.
The cat's never even been to one of your shows.
I know, and she says all the time, I've been meaning to come.
She's like, I saw some of those Zoom ones and it didn't seem all that good. So
Tell me when you're playing closer to home, and I'll come check you out one day.
Well, you
But
got that going for you.
I understand, Bill. It's very tough when your partner won't stop talking about you to everyone that lives in your domicile.
Mm-hmm. In the domicile. Yeah. Well, I don't have that problem.
Gwen's not walking around?
No,
just
she
telling
is.
everybody
She
in the
stays
house?
stum the whole time. Nope. Not even in the house. She'll go, what'd you do today? She'll go, I'm sorry, I misspoke. What do you do? And that's our relationship. I'll grill my young child about her day at school, and I get about the same response. Okay. But if your cat and your boyfriend are grilling you when you get home.
No, Brian is bragging about me to the cat, to the kid, to everyone in our house, the plants.
I know this isn't
I can't
true.
even make it. How do you know?
because of the part you said it where he's bragging.
Okay. All right.
He's not the braggadocious type.
Yeah.
But you don't know what he says to the plants.
Well,
Just because he's not that way to other people, maybe he unleashes his braggadocio
the way that the plants
to the potted plants.
the way that they don't leave me alone. You guys glad I'm back?
Yeah, I got to take a break. It's,
I'm here.
Aren't you gone tomorrow?
I'm gone half the day tomorrow.
Oh, boy. All right. Well, half the day tomorrow. I got a break here. If you want to send a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch live, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
The Alan Cox Show.
Sure, you could listen to another show, but then how would you find the puppies we've buried in boxes around the city? 100.7 WMMS.
$35192. Send me a text. Live stream you can watch at AlanCoxShow.com if you like. Thanks again to Tony Plamanta for helping out today. Cavaliers in Brooklyn tonight, the first of two against the Nets. They play tonight and Thursday night. 7:30 is your tip-off. Both nights. Cavs, Nets here on WMMS and on the iHeartRadio app. If you listen from out of state, tell me where. Trish listens to us in Satellite Beach, Florida. Cole works for FedEx up in Juneau, Alaska. Steve listens in Fort Hood, Texas. I heard from Tiffany, who's going to be moving to Peoria, Illinois. She'll be a new bureau chief there. And Doug listens in Dundalk, Maryland. Andy Kaufman is finally going into the Wrestling Hall of Fame. For those of you who have been writing letters and social media, and for those of you who remember who Andy Kaufman is, and not a new reference, but he would go on television shows and wrestle women. He famously did a bit with Jerry the King Lawler on David Letterman a long, long time ago. But he was kind of in the wrestling biz, Bill, they call it a heel.
Yeah.
Right? A good guy's a face, right? Faces and heels. I wasn't allowed to watch wrestling. I don't know. But Andy Kaufman, if you remember him, his name has been absent in those conversations for a long time. Here are people who are already in the WWE Hall of Fame. Drew Carey.
Hell yeah.
Snoop Dogg.
Amen.
Donald Trump.
Never heard of him.
Are all in the WWE Hall of Fame before Andy Kaufman, who is going to be inducted in the class of 2023. Another Hall of Fame that Shaka Khan is being ignored for.
She needs to wrestle more.
Nah, I don't know how much she wrestled, but I guess you're right. If they're not even considering her, then no matter how much she was wrestling, she needs to do it more. Andy Kaufman will be inducted alongside Rey Mysterio and the great Muta, M-U-T-A, the great Muta.
Hello, Mata.
Hello, Fata. I was just
are.
singing that to my kid over the weekend because all I could remember was the old laundry detergent commercial.
With a dog.
With a dog?
Doesn't it have a dog in it? It's like the dog wants to go play outside. I thought there was
It's a kid at camp.
I know the song.
Yeah, the original song was done by...
Camp Granada.
Right. Alan Sherman or one of those old-timey, Hello, Mutta.
Yeah.
Hello, Fata.
Here I am.
Yeah, Alan Sherman.
Camp Granada.
Camp Granada.
And it's very entertaining. And they say we'll have some fun if it stops raining.
Right.
I know this whole song. They redid this with a dog, I thought.
They maybe did, but the only one I know is when I was a kid, the Downy fabric softener commercial was Camp Hiawatha. I don't remember a dog being in it, but the mom writes him back, I'm sending the kids away at camp, and he misses the Downy freshness.
Oh, of course.
Back in the day, their thing was
I relate.
April freshness. But to remember the lyrics of that original song, it's pretty impressive.
I'm sending you the link. It's a Canine Advantix commercial. It's a puppy who goes away to puppy camp.
Well, there you go. I mean, the estate of Alan Sherman must be still making bank on this. I mean,
it's coming from my Gmail, so it might go to the wrong place.
Okay.
But
dude's been dead for 50 years, so they're still making money on this.
Hello, Mother. Hello, Father. Greetings from camp. Hiawatha. Swimming school here. But this place is not like home. I miss your nice fresh pillowcases.
You miss Downy, it's so pleasing. April freshness, that's one reason.
Yeah, April freshness was their tagline for a long, long time. So again, I start singing Hello Mutta, Hello Fata just to make my daughter laugh, but I only know the Downy version. I don't know the original. I knew it was Alan Sherman, but I didn't know the lyrics to it. Other than it was called Hello Mudda, Hello Fada.
Mm-hmm.
What did you send me something?
I sent you the puppy dog one, the Canine Advantix one.
I remember this
where
song
he goes
word
to puppy
for word.
where he goes to puppy camp.
Thanks for the message. That's why I'm writing. Please
I don't see that.
Yeah, I sent it to Alan at AlanCoxShow.com. It might be in your spam because I sent it from my Gmail.
I checked my spam. I didn't see it there. Hold on. Let me just
text
see
it
if
to
I can
you?
bring it up. No.
If you just stop, don't give it all away.
Yeah, don't ruin it,
Don't
Poundcake.
ruin the puppy commercial.
Don't ruin the dog commercial.
Hello, mother. Hello, father. Flea sticks, mosquitoes really bother. Thanks for the package.
Oh, they make the dog's mouth move.
Yeah, it's like
creepy.
way old. Yeah,
Yeah.
12 or 13 years
That's
ago.
why I'm writing. Canine Advantix quickly stopped all the biting.
All right, well, there you go.
So
Stops all the
cute.
biting. Yeah.
And he's like playing around, and they have little dog tents.
He's frolicking.
Yeah, super cute.
I mean, what good is a dog if there's no frolicking?
Right.
Dogs live to frolic.
Flea sticks, mosquitoes. So cute.
Really bother?
Woody, hello. Boy, a double dip by Woody today.
Yeah, it's rare. I get a double dip today. How's your day, brother?
About the same as it was a half an hour ago.
But going back to before I got in the rumble strips on Dead Man's Curve, you were saying that Iowa is the new Florida. I cannot believe that's true, sir.
No. What I said was I was taking personal umbrage at the Washington Post referring to Iowa as the Florida of the North, when it's been very clearly delineated by me for years now that Ohio is the Florida of the North. Because Iowa politically has kind of done a hard right turn over the past few years, because you know, Woody, it's all corn pones out there, literally. And so, whereas it used to be a bit more of a centrist state in the grand scheme of things, and so this article referred to them as, why is Iowa becoming the Florida of the North? And again, I just took, I'm calm now. I called my attorney and said, let's hold off. Let's hold off on the litigation. But that was why, Woody.
Yeah, I don't want Florida. I don't want Iowa to be affiliated with Florida whatsoever, because I know what Florida is like. I've been there, I've done that, and it is just a living nightmare.
Well, I don't know what. Again, I don't know what Florida's like to live there. I've never lived there, but anytime I've visited, I've had a great time. It's probably quite different for people who live there, but I mean, you can visit. You can have a great weekend anywhere, quite frankly. You have a great weekend in Grinnell, Iowa, Woody.
Grinnell?
Yeah.
Well, look at you pull one out. But anyway, I was going to ask you about something else before I got sidetracked.
Driving.
But Bill Squire is in the elevator with some elders in his Squire Tower, right?
Squire Tower, yes.
Yeah, and me being the elderly gentleman that I am, if I would have ran into him, I would have said, just like, Bill Squire, and I would have just started singing, emotions in motion. Down out.
Boy.
Down out.
Yeah, I know that probably would have been.
It's good to be Bill Squire. It always feels
That curve's going to get him one of these days.
Damn you, Dead Man's Curve, for sparing another Woody's life. Damn you. You see the video of the therapist on TikTok who picked a really bad handle?
Yes.
I thought for sure this was fake, but
No.
he's on LinkedIn. He's a legit therapist in Chicago.
Is he an analyst?
like
Tobias Funke?
Tobias Funke? Pretty close. I'll show you this here. This guy, Zach Leeser, is a therapist in Chicago, and he just has this. I would never want to sit there and talk to this guy because of this just demeanor he has. God bless him. But I thought for sure this was fake. But he's a legit dude with a private practice in Chicago. And it didn't even occur to him that he picked a really bad handle on TikTok because he just got on TikTok until people started going, yo, bro, you need to figure this out.
It has been brought to my attention recently that I have chosen a name for this account that can be easily misconstrued. If you're watching this in the future, and I've already changed my name, here is my current name.
By the way, his current name is Therapist Zach, which looks like the rapist Zach.
Oh.
It didn't occur to him?
Well, he's the therapist.
Would you want this guy to be your therapist who typed out Therapist Zach and didn't see what else people could see it as?
I don't know.
He's not paying attention,
Not very
homie.
observant, huh?
No.
Now, did I ever once think to myself, does this sound like something other than what I think it does? No. I never would have thought that people would read it that way.
He never would have thought that people would have read Therapist Zach as the rape. He's so sweet and nice. That's what it is. He's brand new to TikTok because his thinking, I guess, in this article was, well, maybe helping people with their, I'm a mental health professional and maybe I can help people. He's not a TikTok professional. But to look at that and be like, could that be misconstrued?
And send.
I guess they are.
So he can fix it. It just has to make it
My
Zach
understanding
Therapist.
Yes, Zach Therapist. That'll take care of it.
that you can only change your username on this app every 30 days. And I've got a while until I can do that. So this is going to be my name for a while. Now, as a therapist, I talk to my clients all the time about making mistakes and how we should learn from them. We should laugh at them. So here's mine.
This is my mistake, and I'll laugh at it and learn from it.
I'll check the rapists for 200. That's therapist. That's therapist, not the rapist.
Mm-hmm. So this guy never watched Saturday Night Live at all. And Therapist Zach will have to wait. Again, I don't spend a lot of time on TikTok either. I just post things from this show to TikTok. But I didn't realize that you have to wait 30 days to change your handle.
It's so people can't just be changing it all the time.
What do they care?
In case they got spam accounts and stuff like that.
Is 400,000 views a lot of views for a single TikTok?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why?
Because one of my friends got a lot of views because he was filming his fiance working from home, and he was like, "Oh, working from home is so hard," and he's there like kicking back with his legs up, has the dog cradling in his arms, and he's like chatting on like a group chat, and it just looks funny.
Wait, he's doing that behind his wife who's working at home?
No, these are my gays that are in Denver.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
And the caption was like, "Working from home is so stressful," or something like that. And he pans and he just shows his fiance sitting in a chair with a headset on with the dog like cradling it and just like laughing on a group chat. So it's like not, and I don't know, it just got picked up. It has like 400,000 views on it. And I got a text this morning saying,
I wonder why. That doesn't seem like anything that would jump out. Really?
Yeah, because probably the puppy. He hashtag like puppy or like
that's
golden retriever, and I just get a text in our group chat like, we're TikTok famous now. We're influencers. I said, what? And I rarely go on TikTok.
Doesn't last.
I was going to say, wait till the next one gets 35 views.
Right.
Not influencing anybody. No, that's a lot of people, though. I mean, 400,000 views is a lot.
I mean, honestly, though.
Bill and Mary have gotten way more than that, though, on stuff.
Yeah, every now and then.
But I would just think if anyone would go viral, it would be them, because they do like a lot of cool stuff, like walking on airplane wings and stuff like that. They should...
Walking on airplane wings.
The great Annie Lennox song.
Walking with your feet 10 feet off the plane.
Yeah, just like a traveling TikTok page. I feel like that would be neat. But
dude,
that's the one that went viral, was him working from home with a dog in his arms.
You make the point about Celebrity Jeopardy on SNL, because that skit has ruined so many things for me.
How
and album cover, Let It Snow.
Oh,
like
yeah.
every time I see Let It Snow.
Let it snow.
That's what I say 100% of the time. So, I mean, maybe he is just sheltered.
I'm a professional man, and I'm only used to, well, none of those things.
Okay, Lindsay, are you forgetting that I was a professional twice over, an analyst and a therapist, the world's first analrapist?
Analrapist. And then, of course, he got his business card to that effect. Tobias Funke, analrapist. And I think he also get what was his vanity plate? To that, wasn't it an Alrapist Vanity
I think
Plate?
so. I think it was an Alrapist.
Mm-hmm. You've got to be careful. Got to really pay attention to those things. But yeah, I thought for sure that dude was just some like local improv dude or something. Like, no, he's an actual The Rapist there in Chicago. Alan, what does Poundcake think about Wendy Williams out clubbing after rehab? I didn't see this.
Let her live her life. I don't know. I don't care.
You don't. So once she's off television, out of sight, out of mind, you couldn't care less about this woman who you had a parasocial relationship with her.
That's not what I meant, though.
You were her mentee.
Mm-hmm. That's not what I meant. I'm saying let her live her life. Like, why would I care that she's out clubbing and she just got out of rehab? I would probably want to go clubbing after I got out of rehab, too.
You're supposed to. All right. Well.
Listen.
Rehab's different for everybody.
I didn't say that she
It really is. Everybody,
Live
they
your truth.
They
Whatever
recover
you-
in different ways.
Yes,
Everybody.
whatever you take from rehab.
They say one day at a time, not one night. This was at nighttime. She can do whatever she wants.
And I don't know her situation. Like I honestly, this is my opinion. I don't know this for fact, but I'm just gonna throw this out there. I think Wendy is so petty. I think she's so petty that she's faking all of this just to get out of paying her husband alimony. 30 million. She had a $60 million fortune, a $60 million net worth, and she would have to split that with Kevin, even Stevens, when they got divorced. But there was a clause in her contract.
They didn't have a prenup?
No, because she was still on radio and she wasn't making the same money when she met Kevin. Kevin was her manager. But there was a clause in their divorce that if she, for whatever reason, the TV show doesn't last, she does not have to pay that alimony to Kevin. So I just think that she figured out a way. She's like, if I act crazy enough, people always make fun of like my eyes popping out of my head anyways.
Oh, yeah. Listen, if it makes you feel better, she looks as crazy and wide-eyed as ever. Look at her here.
So I think she's playing it off.
She looks, yeah. And she's got the stockings on because like she's got weird legs now or I don't know what. But
she has like, I think she lost a lot of weight and she has a bunch of extra skin down there.
Right. Looks like she's wearing cargo pants, but it's her skin.
Ew.
So
she spent a night out at gay bar, the Townhouse.
Right? Cargo pants. Ugh.
That's what I mean.
In New York.
Yeah, I don't find anything wrong with that. If she
Well, I'm just passing it along. Somebody asked me what you thought of it, and I hadn't seen it.
Yeah, I don't mind people going. I mean, just because she was out doesn't mean she was necessarily drinking and falling out of the club.
No, it says drinking again to celebrate her new lease on life.
Okay, well, I'm taking it with her conservator. It's not me. But I happen to think that this is all a ruse to get out of paying Kevin alimony and his new baby.
Yeah, but if you're out spreading your largesse all over the place, I mean, if you're out there having opulent nights in the town, sooner or later they're going to be like, Your Honor,
but what is it?
My ex-wife here is blowing through all my cash.
But if she's saying she's crazy, how can she be responsible for that? She's
People say they're crazy all the time. And
like, what? I'm crazy. What do you mean?
That doesn't hold them in a court of law when it comes to like, trust me, as a divorced guy, I tried to convince everyone I was crazy. And my ex-wife wasn't having any of it.
I think it comes down to who matters more to them, who can make more money. And it'd probably be Wendy.
She is happy and wanted to celebrate as she has a new lease on life, this person
Does
says.
it show her drinking or just being at the club?
Drinking at the club, I guess. I don't know. There's a photo of her, though, at one of these bars in 2006, and she looks dynamite. So
With
it's
the big boobs.
Well, yeah, but just like, I mean, obviously that was 17 years ago.
healthier.
That's not fair to, but I mean, whatever her health woes are now.
She was probably on coke then.
Well, I'll tell you what, whatever coke shape she was in good shape.
Coke bottle, am I right?
I would say no one's calling her a cokehead. You guys want to come for Whitney Houston, but Wendy, I don't know. They could go line for line, far as I'm
she's
concerned.
not dead yet, so
We'll get there.
We'll
We'll
wait
get
until
there.
she hits absolute
And it's a
bottom.
crackhead, not a cokehead.
Yeah.
Duh.
Yeah, crack's funner.
At a restaurant, she was overheard saying that she wanted to get drunk at a bar, and so that's where they went.
I would love to have a night out with Wendy. I think she would be a good time.
Williams and her pals made their way to the Townhouse, a gay bar in New York, where she asked the doorman, "Do you watch the Wendy Williams show? I'm Wendy Williams."
Sounds
He's
like an
like,
awesome
nah.
time.
I would have said the Wendy Williams show isn't on television anymore.
She got replaced by Sherry.
Yeah. All right. Want to get the last word in? Send me a text, 35192. Cavs basketball tonight, 7:30. Tip-off against the Nets. Your pregame here on MMS kicks off at 7 o'clock.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite